No, I was talking more like if you use a piece of music, even if it's yeah, that's right. That's the sticky point.
Or if you decide to do a work book or
Hmm.
something like that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
There
Yeah.
are still legal things to
I'm no lawyer, but you just know there's some hairy little areas.
right. And the recreation, I think, because it's a Lux radio TV,
Yeah.
doesn't use
Yeah.
Lux anymore, and I know
Yes.
Ontario
Yeah.
is watching out.
They might. I don't even know if there's a Lever Brothers book. It's probably some new company name that's absorbed.
I don't know if you could run in Tide or something like
Yeah.
that, or involve one to that, but
Yeah.
you have Lux that was right?
Oh yeah. Yeah. All
It's still there.
the same. No, well, we used to have Lux Flakes. I know because there was also they bought the rights in Australia to do the scripts with local actors, and it was again called the Lux Radio Theatre.
That was the Australian Broadcasting Company.
That or a couple of the commercial ones, the Macquarie Network. This is all pre-television, or around about the mid-50s, because we got TV in '56, 8 years after it came to America in the home.
I watched something I used to about
Yeah, right. We had such a smaller population, it took us a while longer to reach us, but
big, huge country with a lot of space, so
very little.
radio still makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, well, that's right. They kept radio drama going until the early '80s. Same as the BBC did in England.
I think they're still doing it in England. They're still doing
Yeah.
radio. Well, Radio 4 is the old stuff they repeat.
And I think they also did in Canada. They had a bit of an industry up in Canada. CBC.
CBC, it didn't have, it wasn't as intense as it would be
No.
right because it didn't have as big a place, but they did it every day.
Well, any of the Commonwealth countries that weren't the US, it was always government funded in many ways
Yeah.
because it was like there wasn't an industry like Hollywood or something.
So Lux wouldn't have been on Radio Australia. Well, that's the overseas broadcast. But, I mean, the Australian broadcasting would be on that because Lever Brothers.
Yeah, that's right. But I think there was a small fee paid to Lever Brothers for the use of, internationally because we still had. I don't know if it was the Australian company of Lever Brothers, but we did have Lux. My mother back in the 40s, and she used to listen to the show.
Seems like it was everywhere.
Yeah, I know. Oh yeah.
What commercials they were about it, they were talking about it.
It was. Anywhere there wasn't TV, and I think South Africa got TV way later than Australia did. They were doing radio drama right up until then, in the 70s.
And they were doing it right until the end of the government.
The apartheid thing, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And that all ended.
Yeah.
With it, I got lots of those shows.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. Yeah. South
In
Africa.
fact,
South
they have a
African.
Lux, they had a South African Lux, it was the same drama.
Right, they did.
And
That's
they
right.
had original programs.
Yeah. It was so weird hearing some of those accented
Okay, here's the-
announcers.
Okay,
Let's find out if Keith is ready.
let me test the microphone here.
South African.
Ladies and gentlemen, please. We're about to start our show, and before that, we have a word or two from our director-in-chief, our president, Walden Hughes.
Oh my gosh.
Before he gets on here, though,
Yeah.
I've got to tell you a little bit about Walden.
Oh no.
When I do these programs,
You've done a few.
I've done a few. Whenever I do them, I have to have a list of the shows I'm in, the times, the casts, and all that, because I have to check it several times during the day to keep track of what I'm doing. But this guy keeps track of everybody all the time, and it's all in his head. I can't imagine how he does it. But here he is, and we're lucky to have him.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. All right, Randy. Okay, everybody. We are really pleasure to have the one and only Keith Scott with us this afternoon. And he's been with us all weekend. Let me give you a quick background of Keith, just in case you haven't looked him up. Keith is a radio historian of the first grade. He actually goes out to the States, look up radio shows, look up the actors, written papers, written logs. He has a deep love for the radio of the 30s, 40s, and 50s. He's written 2 books on voice actors that cover the 30s, 40s, and 50s, covering all genres, especially radio. And his career is legendary in Australia. Came to the United States, he was Bullwinkle in the movie, so maybe he'll do Bullwinkle. What? I don't know. But give the one and only Keith Scott a very big reps welcome.
Thank you, Walden. Thank you so much, Walden. Thank you. You can all hear me nice and clear. Could be a little more. Yeah. Okay. There we go. There we go. That's the level. Thank you so much, Walden. I do appreciate the nice words, and I cannot tell you, after having done maybe 10 Zooms over the last 3 or 4 years, to reps mostly, and some interviews with the Gassman brothers and Walden on same time, same station. What a joy, and how flattering and delighted I was to be asked to come over here and finally be at a live reps thing. And it's such a pleasure for me to do recreations. I'd seen recreations of radio for the last 20 years at various cons and things, and finally to participate in it is just the love of my life. So I'm very grateful. Thank you so much. Anyway, thank you. As Walden said, you know, I'm also an historian and lover of the form, and I think radio, even more than movies, informed me my whole life with a love of the range of the human voice. And for some reason, from a very early age, I was drawn like a moth to a flame, compelled to imitate every voice I heard that was a distinctive radio voice. And it reached the point where I ended up doing a successful voiceover career in Australia for many, many years, especially doing animated cartoon voices, which are so related to the field of radio. As you know, so many of the greats, Mel Blanc and Doss Butler and all these people, ended up as great cartoon actors, but of course their background, radio. And same with me, and same with the love of it. Got to the point where after 35 years of doing local animation and also being on call to recreate all the great American characters that I'd fallen in love with as a kid, I was allowed to be the Australian voice for Looney Tunes from Warner Brothers, all the Hanna-Barbera characters, and the Jay Ward characters, such as Bullwinkle J. Moose. So it's pretty tragic to reach the age of 72 and realize that your biggest credit is that of a talking moose, but yeah, that's showbiz. So anyway, after doing, probably in Australia, after doing like 35 years of cartoon character voices, I started getting some bizarre sort of things like, could you record an answer machine? Of course, you know, it's already a dated concept because of smartphones, but then again, I'm so old school, my smartphone takes coins. But I ended up thinking, you know, one of my daughters said, 35 years, you didn't even record those cartoon voices on your own phone when it was a landline phone. And I thought, what an idea. Why didn't I do this? So this is where we'll get the opening track as soon as I give the cue. I did record an all-purpose greeting on a telephone to get rid of telemarketers. And it went like this. No, it didn't. They need my laptop. They need me to put the passcode in, right? Wait a minute. Oh. Is it? Oh, don't tell me. Oh, we may not use the music. We may have to vamp. Yeah, we may have to vamp. Yeah. Anyway. Just imagine there's this music behind me for the next 1 minute going, and this was the message I put, sorry? Oh, that's fine. This is the message I put on my answer phone to get rid of telemarketers.
What's up, Doc? There's nobody here at the moment, right, Daffy? That's right, Bugsy, old boy. There's nobody here. Hoo-hoo! Hoo-hoo!
You better say your prayers, you long-eared varmint!
Oh, I thought I heard a telephone.
Suffering succotash! There's nobody here, all right?
Hey, Fred, are we home?
No, we're not, Barney, old boy, so let's go bowling.
Heavens to Murgatroyd, there's nobody home even. Like I hate them miserable, meat-type pieces to pieces like, but there's nobody here. Yeah, Mr. Ranger, sir, nobody home. Hi.
Oh, olive oil, there's nobody here.
Hey, Rocky, guess what? There's nobody home.
Oh, well, I guess he's nobody here, so that's all, folks.
And believe it or not, I tried it out on my own phone. 2 nights later, we got one of those phone calls that you don't want around dinner time. Those people used to annoy you, ring up for money. And it was one of those telemarketers. In fact, it was one of those call centers on the subcontinent. It worked. That message played. And then I heard a pregnant pause, and I heard, oh, bloody hell, what is going on? Oh. and I... Being a mean son of a, I couldn't resist. You know, the poor guy. Who are all these people? What? I couldn't resist. I went, I'm going to blow up the earth tonight. Isn't that lovely? It's the first time a telemarketer hung up on me. And then I thought, if I marketed that, maybe it was too soft. And some people, you know, they get these annoying people who call 60 times before they finally get the message. And I thought, who else could I do that would really menace one of those people? And I thought of Liam Neeson in the movie Taken. I don't know who you are. I don't know what you want. If you call my house again, I have some special skills that could really make life unpleasant for you. If you dare to call this number again, I will hunt you down. I will find you. And I will kill you. So I thought, no, maybe that's too hard. I've got to consult the notes here, because this is kind of semi-autobiographical. Look at this. I need the glasses. As I'm getting to the age, you know, in the old Friends of Radio convention, the late Will Jordan, who was a great impressionist friend, he used to say of old actors like Arthur Anderson, he says, it's wonderful to be here. Arthur, turn your hearing aid up. You can't hear me. And same with Ivan and all of the old-timers here. They're all at the age where cream of wheat is too spicy. You know, so. But... So I was wondering, with all these weird voices in my throat, who I could do that would suit the name Reps in a distinctive way. And I thought, you know, because as we all get older, all the subjects that I used to impersonate are now dying on me. You know, this is another tragedy I have to deal with. And so I still thought one of the most popularly, unbelievably distinctive voices in the world was the great Sean Connery. So I'll just quickly say, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome you to Reps. Of course, everyone knows I was the first actor to play James Bond. Judging by what came after me, I was also the last. Of course, my favorite film of mine was not a Bond. It was The Hunt for Red October. You remember that one? That's the one where I played a Russian, Scottish submarine commander. You can never change that voice, right? Everyone else in the movie sounded Russian except me, even the young Alec Baldwin.
Captain, American ship approaching off the port bow. What are your instructions?
I say we sink the silly bastard.
Just didn't work, you know. So that's the official welcome. And then most of the distinctive voices are dying off. Now, you know, I suddenly realize I'm getting to this age now, and 72, and I realize, you know, I keep saying Prince Charles. He's now King Charles, you know. And there's a distinctive character. Sort of hello. One is, of course, delighted to be sort of here at Reps, away from the family. Because, you know, I watched my sons grow into manhood, and when one is sort of well off like me, I want my sons to have everything I never had. Like India. You ever notice now it's Queen Camilla, and you never actually hear her talk. You just see it. And I was looking at one of those British talk shows just once where she'd slip and suddenly reveal why we never hear her talk. Where Clive James would have said something like, and now let's meet the lady to whom the crown jewels have an entirely different meaning. As we say, hail, God save the Queen, and did Balmoral ever move for you? Camilla Parker Bowles, why is it that we never hear you?
Well, I don't really know. Probably that bloody family of his, I don't know.
I'd love to see a moment like that, but I'm weird that way. Now, with the connection to our love of old-time radio, it all began in 1970. I was telling Craig and some of the guys that I was lucky enough to get some of the very first LP records when it became a hobby. And I remember there was a couple of fly-by-night companies like Pelican and Memorabilia Records. But the first thing that convinced me, as a young kid, of course, I was the biggest consumer in Australia of the old policy of showing the whole of Hollywood history, of the old black and white golden age of Hollywood. And that was my love. And then when I found out the same actors did this close-up medium, this oral medium of radio, Orson Welles was the first voice on this LP that I bought. 2 episodes of The Shadow, 1938, Message from the Hills and Murders in Wax. I can even remember. And so I studied, and I loved the voice of Orson Welles so much, and I couldn't get it until my voice matured a bit. And then suddenly I was just working on doing Orson Welles, and I suddenly realized that the way to do it is to say that, ladies and gentlemen, the Martians have landed in Grover's Mill, New Jersey. After 20 light years, millions and millions of miles in space, they've landed in New Jersey, and they're getting on just fine. Even though they only know 3 words in English. Where's the restroom? So he was one of the first ones I worked on. And then it became this love affair with all these great voices from shows that you remember, like The Adventures of Philip Marlowe with Gerald Moore saying, "Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn." Or Sam Spade, "License number 137596, have you?" And of course you've seen Jack Benny, and my favorite thing that happened late in my career, gosh, I'll never, my agent called me on the phone. He said, "Jack, they're doing a movie and they want you." Oh. It's a remake of Treasure Island, and they want you to play Long John Silver. $50,000 a week, and you start Tuesday. I said, well, for $50,000 a week, I'll start Monday. They said, no, on Monday you're in hospital having your leg off. And George Burns, how could you resist George Burns, who got funnier as he got older? We'd say things like, you know, people always say you're gonna retire. Retirement sounds ridiculous. Why would I retire? When I was 70 years old, I started getting pimples. Because when you get to this age, you spend most of your time with your doctor. And I was with my doctor the other day, and I said, it's getting bad, Doc, you gotta help me. I want you to lower my sex urge. And he said, George, your sex urge is all up here. I said, yeah, I know, that's why I want you to lower it. Well, I mean, and it was all those other great shows. I did Jack Webb in Dragnet. This is the city, Los Angeles, California. My name is Friday. I'm a cop. It was Thursday. I'm Friday, yes. And of course, the Great Gildersleeve. Did anybody hear, you know, the very first episode of the Great Gildersleeve when he arrives in Summerfield? And there's that line where he meets his niece and nephew, Leroy and Marjorie, for the first time. And Lorene Tuttle was playing the teenage Marjorie, and she did it very well. And the line from Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve was, "Oh, Marjorie, my, how you've grown." On the audition, you know, he prided himself on what was known as the dirty laugh. He did the delivery of the line a little differently, and it got a shock laugh from the studio audience. And so, he comes to Leroy, nice to meet you, Leroy. Oh, Marjorie, my, how you've grown. And they would not have allowed that to the broadcast. All the great comedy voices. We were just talking downstairs about that LP that Jack Benny narrated in '68 for Dave Golden, called Remember the Golden Days of Radio, and they played that great Wallace Wimple clip.
Oh, heavens, Murgatroyd, Mr. McGee. Has anybody seen my bird book?
The only other person who did that to the letter B was Bing Crosby. Oh, we're going down the hill. We're going to go down down Barham Boulevard to Burbank, and just a little aftercare there. But I think my all-time favorite was Gunsmoke. I just found a couple more episodes that have never circulated before, and there was one where there was a scene with Doc and Matt. I don't know, Matt. Doc, you tell me why you're decided to leave Dodge, because you're going to disappoint a lot of people in this town.
Oh, Matt, it's just one thing, Matt. After all these years, I just feel I need a change, and I'm going to go back east and start up a new practice.
Well, you're going to be missed around here, Doc. What are we going to do with that?
Oh, don't worry, Matt. I found a new man to take my place here. He's a good man. Oh, very, very good. But I'd like to introduce him to you.
Oh, yes, Digger Odell. The friendly undertaker. So this is the fun I used to have listening to all-time radio and developing all these voices. And then I started getting calls, doing voiceovers, sometimes in the days when they do humorous radio commercials. I even got asked to do some send-ups of US presidents, especially during the Watergate thing with Richard Nixon. And I remember the cornball sort of stuff that they wrote. It's like Richard Nixon talking to David Frost saying, what was it about the Watergate situation that was the most frightening aspect?
Well, let me just say, without a doubt, it was those mysterious Watergate tapes,
Because I believe that those tapes have given me more trouble.
I want to make that perfectly clear.
I just saw Larry G laughing. But you haven't heard that one. He's heard nearly all my stuff. It was the one I was doing last night that he'd never heard before, because one of my favorites is that detective series, Box 13, with the great movie star Alan Ladd, who was only, as everyone knows, 5'4", but he used to beat up 4 guys in every one of those film noir movies. You know? I figured that Alan Ladd in that movie, 2 years before The Mast, where he had that steely little voice for such a short guy. My father's the head of this ship. If you ever get out of line again, I'm gonna punch you right in the ankle. You saw that. I'm sure you saw that scene. Well, I did get to do a couple of the American presidents, and I think for a little while there, before the current inhabitant, the joke used to be about George W. Bush, where he'd say things like, my fellow Americans, just want to say that I brought democraticity to the Middle East. Those places like Iraqistan and Afghan world. But I got nothing but criticism. People picked on me all the time. Said, where are the weapons? Where are the Iraqi weapons? I couldn't take it anymore. I went to my head of intelligence. I said, come on, this is not rocket Scientology. Where are the weapons? And he looked right at me. You know what he said? Sorry about that, Chief, but I missed it by that much. This is the sort of nonsense that they used to do on these commercials. And but I did find, like, I used to love some of the voices simply because they'd done radio, like Ronald Reagan. When he was younger, he had a voice that was kind of like a young Henry Fonda, but as he became the president, and his famous one was, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down that wall. But my favorite was always Bill Clinton, because nobody is ever going to forget that famous moment, looking down the camera, CNN, worldwide. I did not. I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Hillary Clinton, for a very long time. The other category I used to get was a lot of the commercials back in the day when people remembered who the old Hollywood greats were from the 30s and 40s before the age of the internet, where the audience got fragmented. Now, all the stuff that I'm talking about, there's a certain age of young people who are looking at me as if I'm from the planet Mars. They've got no idea who any of these people are, you know. And that's the tragedy of trying to keep up to date, you know. I have tried to keep up to date, and I honestly can say that I cannot now and probably never will be able to do Justin Bieber. But that doesn't bother me, because neither can he. But yes. So it was watching those old films, knowing now the knowledge gained that they all did radio too. And it was those lovely genres of films. We were talking downstairs about the great horror actors like Bela Lugosi and Boris Karloff. Oh, Bela, look, I've created a monster. Look, I've given life. It moves. It talks. I just don't know what to call him. I am your monster. I am the most tremendous monster that has ever lived, and I will continue to be the greatest monster of all time. Let me just say, I will make Transylvania great again. So, and see what a weird, bizarre life I've led. And we were also talking downstairs about the wonderful history of the Western films with all those great heroes like Gary Cooper. Well, now, I reckon a lot of people think all I ever said was, "Yup." But that ain't the truth. Because when I got on my horse, I said, "Giddy." Yep. And of course, there was the great John Wayne. There's never been a voice like him. Let's get them wagons in a circle, Pilgrim. And Jim, who I'm going to do seriously tonight, but Jimmy Stewart was on the cowboy pictures there. But probably the most distinctive one of us was that old coot Walter Brennan saying, "You big gubs, you low down snake in the grass, you coyote." Well, I'm so old, I can remember when sex was dirty and the air was clean. Then you imagine George W. Bush jumping, is he talking about climax change? So, it is a worry doing Donald Trump these days, because the news is actually funnier than anything I can write. It's a little bit bizarre. Where was I? Got these notes here. I'm trying to keep this as tight as I possibly can. Oh yes, and the gangster films. They were the other ones we were talking about downstairs, because for a little while, my love of movies, for about 2 weeks, got me a job at the local cinema where I grew up in Sydney as an usher. Remember those old ushers in the little uniforms? And I got fired after 2 weeks because I was doing voices to all the people coming into the cinema. This lovely old couple, and I'd suddenly break into take a prop cigar out of my pocket and do Edward G. Robinson. "Yeah. The three of us are going down the aisle, say, but only one of us is coming back, right? Nah." "Oh, Mr. Scott, you're fired." But it was like that era of doing, those great immortal gangsters that just stuck in your mind, because those films had such charisma, The young Humphrey Bogart, when he was just a supporting gangster. "I got plans and I got organization. Nothing's going to stop me. I'm going to make the whole town pay after me, from bootblacks to bankers. Who's the bastard who put the glue in my toothpaste?" My favorite Cagney. There's never been an actor with his charisma, his bodily movements, his voice, the whole thing. He was a truly unique actor where he'd say things in those prison films like,
I broke out of Sing Sing by tunneling through solid rock for 15 years. Stupid, really. I was only in for 6 months.
used to love all of those films. I'm sure you remember all those great films. Remember that dialogue. And of course, as I say, again, now I'm thinking there's only a few actors left in my memory of the movies who, if old-time radio existed today, would still have a great voice for radio. You take somebody like Tom Selleck. Now, he could have done radio. If you think of Jack Nicholson in a movie like As Good As It Gets, he had a voice that would have suited old-time radio, where he said, where do they teach you to talk like that? Some Panama City sailor won a hump bar. And Al Pacino had a voice that would have been good for radio as some crazed villain. Because the early Al Pacino,
He had a voice like this in The Godfather thing. You know, it was very much up in the nose, and that was all it was.
suddenly he turned into Foghorn Leghorn for the rest of his career. You know, so in Scent of a Woman, it was like just a normal sentence was like, I know exactly where your body is. What I'm trying to figure out is if you've got a brain. Hooah! Or Arnold Schwarzenegger. There's another guy who's now, you know, much, much older than I remember. You know, it's like when I started impersonating Arnold Schwarzenegger, I put a pair of sunglasses on and go, I'll be back. And now it's like, oh, my back. So, well, I'm pretty much almost finished because before my computer battery died, we had some tracks to play a couple of singing impressions, but I don't think we're going to be able to do them, are we? No. It would have been a little bit of Frank Sinatra and maybe just a little bit of Al Jolson, you know. No, Oscar, let me have my number. Let me sing the song, Oscar. Oh, how we dance. Who needs the music? Oh, no. Anyway, you've been a delightful audience, ladies and gentlemen, and I thought it was very tragic for me when one of my favorite film voices passed away. That's Alan Rickman, because he had possibly the greatest voice if radio was still around. If you remember him as Severus Snape in the Harry Potter films, where he'd say things like, turn to page 394 and tell me the difference between an animagus and a werewolf. Nobody? How disappointing. Wouldn't it be great if a speaker in Congress had a voice like that, where they could just completely intimidate all these rabidly mad politicians? Sit down, Trump. Adjust that dead guinea pig on top of your head. Are you quite happy being somebody who thinks they're totally right all the time when in fact you're not the smartest person in the room? Sit down, J.D. Vance. You're so dull, Jehovah's Witnesses avoid your house. That's my show, ladies and gentlemen. You've been a delight. Thank you very much. We're going to get Larry Gassman, who I've known. Would you believe in 1983, I met John and Larry down at Pacific Pioneer Broadcasting when it was still a thriving place and that was the source of all those great 16-inch transcription discs and tapes. And I've known these guys ever since 1983, Walden a little bit later. But it's just been years and years of giggles and laughs at all of the nonsense I do with voices and things. And he's now going to ask me a few questions about my checkered past. So we'll just get going.
Yes.
Have to use my inside voice.
Oh, and we talked about last night Mel Blanc when
Jesus.
he was a young man, and he was actually a musician before he became an actor. There's a lot of musicians have that comic talent just latent within them, and Mel Blanc used to play violin, 8 years of lessons, and the tuba, the sousaphone. And years later in the cartoons, I was telling Larry that he actually was asked about that thing where he would do what he called his tuba voice. And it was when Daffy Duck would knock on the door and a mad-looking butler would open the door and go, yes. Okay, Larry, you take it.
Do the other Mel Blanc one that gets me on the floor every time you do it. You did it in the middle of we interviewed George Pettacini.
Yes.
And you and Ken Greenwald, another favorite of ours, friend of ours, you were doing stuff that had us pounding the wall at Pacific Pioneer Broadcasters. And you did, I'd never heard this one, and you did this one, and I know you know which one
Well,
I'm
it was
talking about.
you were talking about Yosemite Sam and how
Yeah.
Mel Blanc hated
Yeah.
doing that. He'd always do that at the end of a session. 'cause
Right, not at the beginning.
Yeah, no, God, no, he wouldn't have any throat left, because some of those cartoons, it was just filled with, I'm gonna get you, rabbit, and so he did this one on radio once, and it was just like one of these throwaway movie skits, and it was a send-up of one of the great World War II films, and it was a naval film, and Byron Kane was the other actor, and it was just like a 20-second skit, but Larry and John thought this is the funniest thing they'd ever heard. Mel Blanc plays the commander of this vessel, and Byron Kane says, Captain, there is an enemy vessel approaching. What should we do?
Bosun, what I've always taught you to do, take her down.
Yes, but Captain,
Don't you argue with me, Bosun. You take her down now.
but Captain, this is a destroyer.
Take her up! Take her up!
Maybe you saw that film, I don't know.
Oh my. Okay, housekeeping first. Since my watch is not on my wrist, and my phone, hey, we have a thing in common. Your computer is dead, and my phone battery is gone. So somebody let me know when we're at about 10 minutes after 2, okay?
It's 20 before 2.
Thank you so much, Walden. I knew we had you up here for a reason.
It's good that you can tell time.
That's very good. That was exciting. Did you feel those hands, or did you look at? I see.
I'm still working on colors.
You might get reelected for another term because of that, Walden. Did you know? Yeah. So you didn't tell people because most of what you talked about specifically was in terms of things that happened in your career, but tell how you actually began to get involved. In other words, you won a trip, right?
I did.
Early
in
on.
1973, just as I was getting really interested in old-time radio, I won a trip to Hollywood because I'd written to these great voicemen and people who are all gone now. June Foray was the longest living of them, and she finally passed in 2017, 2 weeks before she turned 100, believe it or not. And she had very kindly written back to me as a high school kid, and so had Doss Butler, who did Huckleberry Hound and Yogi Bear and all of these wonderful Hanna-Barbera voices. And as my mother said, these people are going to be too busy. They're not going to answer you. And they sent long letters, added photographs and things I didn't even ask for. They couldn't have been nicer. I think it was almost like they knew I wasn't just some fan writing a letter saying, can I have your autograph? They knew I was asking questions that went deeper. And they were thinking, well, yeah, this is some guy who does his homework. And then June Foray had just met at the same time this guy, you've probably heard of him, a very, very accomplished voice man named Corey Burton, who does a lot of work for Disney and was the replacement voice for Paul Frees on Professor Ludwig von Drake. And so she put us together in the pre-internet days as pen friends, and we started writing these erudite letters to each other about J. Ward cartoons and the satire inherent in each episode, and we were real little scholars in high school. So I won this trip to go to Hollywood and just meet Corey and possibly June Foray. It was just just one of these 25 words or less, why I want to go to Hollywood and answer 2 questions about movies. And I think my answer was about wanting to be a voice man. It was so bizarre to the editors of this magazine, they made me a winner, you know, so that they could print this bizarre thing in their magazine. And I got a month in Hollywood. They paid for it. My parents went with me. And it was a life changer. I met Doris Butler, Paul Frees, William Conrad, all these people that I'd loved, and not one of them was difficult. They couldn't have been nicer. And it was like some angel was standing over my shoulder saying, it's your turn to get lucky for a few weeks, you know. So that was the beginnings of it.
We were lucky. You were lucky. We were lucky. So many of us who were lucky, especially around the time Spurdvac formed and we began to be involved in radio, because we either lived near the center of where radio was on the West Coast, or we came to visit it every 5 years, as you did, and we got a chance to meet all these people, and they eventually became friends because they trusted us. They knew that we weren't going to do anything to mess up their careers. But from those friendships, we did research, we learned more, we got knowledge, we visited libraries, and I don't know if that could have ever happened at any other time in history. We are truly blessed to have had those chances.
The first 10 years of Spurdvac, because it was started in 76 with, I think Stan Freberg was the first.
It started in 74, and Stan was the first guest in June of
74.
76. Yeah.
And then I think it was around 86. So you had 10 years of all of the great pioneers,
Yes.
and then suddenly, for some peculiar reason, 1986 was the year many of them began to die just from natural causes. Frank Nelson, Vic
Virginia
Perrin,
Gregg.
Jerry Hauser, all these people, you know, and Virginia Gregg, yeah, that's right. And then you could see, you know, the pattern, you know, that the ranks would be thinned a little bit, but they still last another 10 years before most of the radio artists were displaced by television people, you know, and then it became TV history. But just wonderful years.
We had the luxury of places that held radio holdings, lots of them. Spurdvac did. Pacific Pioneer Broadcasters, which you just mentioned, I was truly saddened when I heard a few months ago that they finally had closed their doors, because we were members for the last, 15 or 20 years, and it wasn't the same because so many of our friends were gone, but it was still a preservation society. And they decided finally that they had to shut their doors, and it was truly sad because we spent so many great afternoons down there doing research, as did you.
Yep.
And
When it was at Thousand Oaks.
yeah, exactly. And they did luncheons, they did nostalgia nights, they did all kinds of things where their friends would get together and just be with each other. And it was a wonderful, special occasion to have a chance to go to some of those.
And some of them retired up here to the Pacific Northwest, like Harry Bartell.
Harry Bartell
of course,
did,
he was a
yeah.
wonderful actor in Gunsmoke. And he told that great story at one of the Spurdvac presents, which are these really high-quality tapes of all of these reminiscences that often go for like 90 minutes of great facts. And Harry Bartell was talking about the eccentric actor Hans Conried, and he had that great actor's story where in the 40s they were performing as support players on a Lux episode, and the star movie star was Linda Darnell, and they saw her swish past them in the CBS car park up at the back of Gower and Sunset, and Harry said to Hans Conried, "Boy, you know, close up, she really is a very, very gorgeous woman." And Hans Conried said, "She probably can't do one dialect."
Man, that was a special afternoon. I mean, we got together radio people who worked for CBS, like Harry Bartell and John Daner and Parley Bear. Yeah, Virginia Gregg, Peggy Weber, Vic Perrin, all 6 of them. And all I did was say, "Virginia, how'd you get started in radio?" And I don't think I said another word for the next 2.5 hours. And they just kept telling story after story after story. It was marvelous.
That was one of the best ever recordings that you've got, and a lot of researchers have used that, facts out of that, and also the wit that Parley Bear Chester had.
Dry wit.
Where Peggy Weber and Virginia Gregg and I think Vic Perrin were all singing the praises of Jack Webb, employing them on all of the Dragnet episodes, and there was a little pregnant pause, and Parley Bear said, Well, regarding Jack, at the risk of decanonizing a saint, and then he started telling a few negatives.
So what got you to the point? Was it just knowledge and love of the craft that got you to decide to come to LA and PBB and places like that every, 5 years? Because I think that's where we first met you, when you came to
In
PBB.
83.
Yeah.
I'd started coming out after I'd started getting successful in Sydney, where I could afford to come to do the pilgrimage to LA every year and do a bit of research in 79. So and I met you and John and also the great late Ken Greenwald, who was
Yeah.
responsible for more great dubs of the radio shows than anyone in the hobby. But all of them through an old collector who's no longer around called Randy Idemiller,
Yep.
who Roy Hooper put me onto on a phone call, and he said, well, I'm going down to this Pioneer Broadcasters place, I'll pick you up. And that's where I met Ken and Ron Wolf, who ran the place, and the Gassman brothers, and I started amusing these guys by doing some stuff about Pat Novak for Hire, the early Jack Webb show, because Raymond Burr was the nasty cop years before Perry Mason. He was Inspector Hellman, and it was always this tit for tat thing. Was like, come on, Novak, I'd like to beat you around. I'd like to chastise you, Novak. Yeah, you take it, Hellman. Why don't you follow the example of your head and get to the point? You know, this little byplay in every episode, but it was just hilarious stuff.
What kinds of things were you looking for, and did you find most of them when you went down there to do research? 'Cause
Well, in
that's
the
a
early,
huge place.
Yeah, in the early days, I really wanted to. When I met the people at the J. Ward studio back in that 1973 trip, and I was only like a 19-year-old kid, and I was taken to a couple of recording sessions, and Bill Scott, the late great Bill Scott, who wrote and was the voice of a Bullwinkle Moose and Dudley Do-Right of the Mounties, and all these characters, Mr. Peabody, he took me to lunch and gave me the whole history of how they put this satirical cartoon show together. And he said, you know what? He said, I think you know too much about us. He said, one day you're going to write a book about us. And believe it or not, 30 years later, it came true. And I did. I published a book called The Moose That Roared, which was a history of the J. Ward studio. And that was one of the reasons I used to keep coming back to do research on that, you know, and try.
I think I found it on Amazon, and for those of us who don't read print very well, you can buy it as a Kindle.
Ah, right.
Yeah, absolutely. John in fact, we were doing the show with you in Walden.
Yeah.
And we were chatting along, and John likes to do this. All of a sudden, he kind of ducks out of the conversation for 5 minutes, comes back and says, I found it. And he goes up on Amazon. He bought the book, and it's a terrific book. The pictures suck, but the book was great. You wrote another book too, didn't you?
Yes, I recently wrote one about, which was kind of a hobby horse thing, about all of the radio actors who, in the days of theatrical cartoons before television was a thing in people's houses, never had screen credit for doing cartoon voices. And I was able to spend 30 years researching that and finding old newspaper items and things, and finally have identified at least positively 100 people who never had screen credit.
Wow.
And it was like a thing with me, I guess, because I'm in the same field. It was like finally giving these long departed people the little recognition they deserve for doing some quirky, great character voices. The only one who was lucky was Mel, because he was the king of the craft, and he also kind of invented the field. And he had a very good manager who negotiated a contract after he got Bugs Bunny. The Warner Brothers people made him exclusive to that studio. He suddenly had to stop doing voices for MGM, Walter Lantz, Disney, and all of the other cartoon makers, because he was contracted to Warner Brothers for 20 years. And by the second renewal of that contract, they began crediting him on any cartoon with Bugs Bunny. 2 years after that, every cartoon he did with Daffy and Porky, he got a screen credit. And then 2 years after that, for the rest of his life, he got screen credit, where most of the other actors doing voices didn't. The reason being there's an awful rumor going around that some dumb people say that Mel did it on purpose, just to be, that is such BS, because the reason he was wanted by Warner Brothers was because his characters were doing so well that the exhibitors were sending positive letters back to Warner Brothers and saying how much money they're making for the studio. That's why they wanted him exclusive. And none of the other people... Oh, yeah, talking to the...
Now the microphone is like your laptop. And
Yeah, yeah. I think, and of course, you know what a motor mouth I am. My battery was... But, yeah, so anyway, that was the story about Mel Blanc getting credit. It was nothing to do with being nasty to other actors. He would have been run out of town if he'd tried a trick like that. I mean, let's be realistic. But none of the others had a regular running character. The only one they said was a little bit unfair was Arthur Q. Bryan, who was the voice of Elmer Fudd, you know. Oh, well, I'm hunting rabbit. And... the funny thing is, when I did the research at USC, where they had the Warner Brothers paper collection, I found a whole 10 years worth of documents about the recording sessions that they had back then. And it said Mel Blanc was paid $65 a week on this contract, which I guess was not bad money then, because most of his big bucks were in the network radio shows that were big-time sponsored shows like Benny, Burns and Allen, Abbott Costello, you know, those shows. And he had one day a week, apparently, where he had no connection in radio during the day, so he was able to do his cartoon jobs once a week for Warner Brothers. And then the funny thing was that I found that in that 10-year period, Arthur Q. Bryan, who was also Doc Gamble and all these great voices, because he was senior in the industry to Mel Blanc, he'd been around at least 10, 15 years longer, he was getting $75 a cartoon instead of $65. So, you know, you find out all this very bizarre information when you're doing this deep, what do you call it? Deep in the weeds research.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, there we are.
Oh.
You found your voice.
We have live.
Yes, I have another monster.
So well, let's spend a couple of minutes talking about preservation for a little bit, because if it wasn't for the people who preserved the shows, collected the shows, Jerry Hendigas and others, and now Joe Webb and his group of wonderful people, we wouldn't have a lot of the stuff we have. And you know, I was out of the hobby, got married, and she passed away, and I came back to the hobby, and I thought, well, there's probably going to be nothing that's been happening since I was gone.
Yeah,
was I wrong?
Yeah, that's right.
And it continues. I mean, the stuff still comes.
Well, you know, Sammy Jones, the young guy who does a lot of the great disc dubs today of the old 16-inch transcriptions, has just come across this enormous run of the old 1940s Dick Tracy series in chronological order, the daily 15-minute serial. He said the discs must be an unplayed set. They're so clean, they sound like they were recorded yesterday. All of these things, you know, they do exist somewhere in somebody's attic or something, because the old thing about, oh, we've got everything that'll ever be discovered has been proven wrong several times.
Yeah. So, and Reps is getting a lot of this stuff. I mean, it's being funneled to Reps, it's being recorded, and Reps will have it in their libraries. So if you're not a member, shame on you. Join Reps, because you're going to have access soon to tons of stuff that was never out, and in wonderful audio sound quality, because I thought 20 years ago, 30 years ago, what they were doing to preserve discs was great, and it was. But now digitally, they can do some stuff to cut noise out like you can't imagine how it's crystal clear. It's like being in a room with a person. And that's the kind of stuff you're going to hear.
In the early days, it was bizarre, because on those old reels, people thought they were doing the right thing, and some shows, unbeknownst to collectors, were off speed until you'd read something in a manual saying all the network shows that run half an hour have to run 29 minutes 30 seconds to the dot, or 59:30 if it's a Lux. And I used to hear, you know, the Lux Radio Theater. And I thought that was just the stentorian delivery of the 1930s, but it was a show that was off speed.
Yeah. And I can hear when it's off speed just by a little, and I'll also look at the time, and I make these little changes sometimes because it's to me it's very evident. So not all of them get caught.
No.
But anyway, thank God for all of these wonderful people who do so much and are incredibly caring about the hobby and what is in the hobby currently and what was not in the hobby.
Yeah.
And it's not only this stuff that we're finding, but we're also refinding things that some of us had 30 years ago, 40 years ago, but for whatever reason, it never got digitized. And it fell through the audio cracks. And so it was never on the internet. It was still in people's collections. But now some of those things are being found, and we're adding them back in. So that's really exciting.
Yeah, it is. And sometimes you'll get a collection that's been out for years, like the full run of Bing Crosby's Chesterfield and Philco programs. And then suddenly a new set will emerge, and in much superior sound. And we found at PBB there was another shelf that had been locked away, and it was another complete set of the Philco and Chesterfield, and they were owned by Bing's guitar player, Perry Botkin. You know, it was like these perfect, the sound, again, sounded like FM radio, like they were just done.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm really excited about
So much
that.
better than those early ones where Crosby was off speed in the other direction. Well, the blue tonight.
So in your research, in about of all the research that you've done with others as well, is there something still that is elusive that you just have not found that you hope you can?
Well, apart from like there's say a long run of a show like Suspense, which ran 20 years, and there's like 900 and whatever, 42 I think. And I think it's down to like a dozen or 13 that
I think
are
it was
missing.
40 when I first started in the hobby, and now it's
and it's like pulling
cool.
teeth, but and same with Escape. I think there's like
And Gunsmoke, same
great
thing. It was
Gunsmoke. There's now three left.
yeah.
That have to be found. But apart from that, there was one series that I'd love to get, because Bill Robeson, who was this great director back then, and he did some of the best escapes and series like. I'm trying to think of one of his other great series, but you know, he did everything from Hawk Larrabee to the Columbia Workshop. Oh, marvelous series in World War II called The Man Behind the Gun. If they could find the originals of that, because that was the most realistic use of sound effects, and even people who served in World War II said that they thought it was a documentary. They didn't realize it was a recreation with Jackson Beck and all of these actors in a New York studio. It was so realistic. Most of them are still missing. And a series he did that's completely missing in 51, this 51, 52 season, called Operation Underground.
Right.
It's probably just a spy show, but it's got all of our favorites. I've seen the cast lists, and it's like Virginia Gregg and Bill Conrad and Paul Frees, and I would just love for that show to be found, because what's interesting about that is it got cancelled. I guess through lack of not finding a sponsor and whatever, but and it got cancelled on the 19th of April, 1952, and what replaced it on the 26th of April? Gunsmoke. And that went for like 11 years.
Yeah. On the other hand, I think, if I'm correct, if I'm not, then just tell me to shut up, but no, don't. Because you might anyway. But didn't he also do Mickey Rooney's short-lived show, Shorty Bell?
Shorty Bell, with the story of
that reminds me of Meet the Meeks.
Yes. Yeah, it was just a bizarre little show about this reporter, and it wasn't so much a comedy, even though he had a kind of that coming Mickey Rooney delivery, but yes, and the wonderful Judy Garland, he was just a little reporter who got into trouble every week, and again, what I love about it, it was John Dana and Bill Conrad and Paul Frees in all of the supporting roles, you know, and that's how I learned to do Paul Frees, who kind of modeled a bit of his voice on Orson Welles from those old auto lights, you know, where it's Autolite and its 96,000 dealers bring you suspense.
Walden plays the show all the time, and I thought it was just okay at first, but the more I listen to it, it's really cool. Will Rogers Jr.
Oh, Rogers of the Gazette.
Rogers of the Gazette. I thought it was okay at first, but the more I listen, that's a good show, and all of our favorites are in that show.
Yeah, it's a Norman MacDonald stock company, and it's kind of a homespun series, like a small country town, but it's great radio drama, you know.
The show I'd love for someone to find was. And I'm trying to remember who did the opening. Lou Merrill in Latitude Zero.
Oh, yeah.
In 1942, Ken Carpenter announced it was on NBC, and we have one episode, and then later on they did a remake, and Vic Perrin was in it. But we have part of that because he had the discs of
And I think,
his show.
I don't know if the name was changed, but I know that the one, existing Latitude Zero is also wanted by all of the people who love Sam Spade because
Sure.
Because Howard Duff's in there, you gotta hear that. That's all right, Effie.
Okay, we've got X amount of minutes because my battery is dead on my phone. No, 10? Okay, so Q&A. If you have a question for Keith, if you raise your hand, I'm not calling on you.
please don't say, when are you going home?
Yeah, if someone has a question, let's do a little of that.
Yes.
What voice was the hardest for you to learn or perform? It took the most effort.
Repeat the question. 'Cause
The question, in case you didn't hear, was which voice in my studies was a hard one to do and hard to learn. I think there's a lot of those actors who today, and I haven't even tried some of these, but because the style of acting changed so much in the last, it's like an incremental change that you just see from time to time, and it became this very modern method of underplaying. And then you got actors like Ben Affleck, Matt Damon, people like that. Great actors, but you'd never remember their voice the way you'd remember John Wayne or Clark Gable or something like that. So do Ben Affleck. Is that like him? I have no idea. So they're difficult. And I do remember in the political sphere, Nixon was tough because just before him, one of the first I ever did was LBJ, who. Well, he had that Texas thing. My fellow Americans, I am not running again. And then suddenly along came Richard Nixon's very straight voice, So that was kind of, what do you do apart from the fact that he's got a baritone?
And basically sounds like a politician trying to do Gregory Peck.
Oh, talk about that a little bit, how some voices were very similar and you can slide into them.
You do. I mean, I noticed the more you get into it, you do notice a baritone would be...
Well, it would be Gregory Peck in a movie like The Big Country, where he says to Heston, I'm not going to get on that horse. What does it prove if I got on that horse? Besides, I've never been on a merry-go-round before in my life, and I'm not about to start.
But then you notice that the same actor, the guy who was in that same movie,
Charlton Heston also had that same area, so you have to find what the difference is in baritone. And Walter Pidgeon was another one like that. Very, Walter Pidgeon basically had a more old-style type of baritone.
So, and then I found like
one of the first ones I ever did was James Mason, and there's one of those voices that's just so distinctive, especially when he was on the Fred Allen show.
Because Fred Allen used to be the one that would insult people, except when he got somebody like James Mason who would say,
"Oh, come now, Mr. Allen, please."
But then I found, like studying, you'd see a show, like a talk show, and suddenly a young English actor, it's like, wait a minute.
There's Michael York, from the Austin Powers movies, and he's got that same James Mason quality.
And of course, when you're doing voice acting or acting like Craig, you do know, it's just like second nature. After a while, you do start noticing everyone falls into a particular timbre or whatever. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Except for lumberjacks, and they have a timbre in their voice.
Yes.
Or you get other baritones who've got kind of untrained voices, like if you remember that great actor Sterling Hayden.
Mm-hmm. And he always just sounded like one of these guys. There's too much crime in this city. I can't stand it.
And then if you refine that a little bit,
you end up with Lloyd Nolan. Lloyd Nolan, who clipped off his words very much like that. And then if you stretch Lloyd Nolan to the modern age, you've got Howard Cosell. So you can see they all sit in one little area of the of the voice.
That's fascinating to do. And there's more, too. There's lots more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yes. Yes.
Well, Will Jordan actually used to do that as a joke, but it was true Will Jordan used to do this great routine because he was as obsessed with voice as a generation before me, and one of his big ones was that he could look like Clark Gable with that
sort of face. Well, Scarlett, now that Bonnie's not here, I don't know what we're going to do. But frankly, I don't give a damn.
And then he said that the studios often had people who sounded like them. Robert Preston, who he said, like from The Music Man.
Yeah. There's 76 trombones, led the big parade. Hello, Bob. Hello, Clark.
and then he said that Eisenhower did sound, and if you do hear a couple of Eisenhower speeches, you got that same gruff quality. Clark Gable had that bizarre sort of gruff tone in his voice. And he used to do this thing saying, Dwight D. Eisenhower, when I became the president in 1932, 42, 22, whenever it was. Eisenhower getting a bit feeble-minded. Yeah, it is a real thing. It truly is, that whole thing about voices that sound alike. Again, like a baritone that would be different only because of an acting attitude.
Would be if you go back down to these deep voices and you get somebody like Robert Mitchum. And he had that lazy kind of thing.
Especially in that movie Night of the Hunter, where he looked at the little boy and said,
"Oh, there, little Davy. I got news for you, little Davy. Me and your ma's gonna get married. We'd have got married a long time ago. We didn't have enough money. Hell, I didn't have enough money even for marijuana. Then you came along, little Davy, and you were all we ever wanted. A little dope."
Sorry, that wasn't the dialogue from the movie. I was like, I approach singing impressions the same as speaking ones because it's all, to me, it's the same thing. A lot of singing teachers would say that vocalizing is an extension of speech, but then you're adding certain qualities and tricks to it because it's like Bing had that, it's like that kind of a voice, and he almost like, sometimes when he's talking, it almost sounds like he's singing. It's like, when the blue of the night, oh, when you say, hey there, Ken Carpenter, as they say in radio. And Frank Sinatra, he had that Jersey sort of sound. And he always played that kind of tough sort of attitude. And if you can hear that in his voice, it's like, I have got you under my skin, so it's like, it is an extension of speech, but I just study it. Some people probably study it differently to me, but I just listen to LPs of a singer the same as I listen to an LP of an actor's voice, to be able to mimic it. But everyone's got their own technique, of course. So, I'm not doing anything hard and fast. Every actor's got different techniques.
Well, then, how are we doing?
We're pretty, I think we'll...
What? 3 minutes. Okay, one more question. You lose, Mike.
Favorite character actor from the movies would have to be Percy Hilton, the tiny little guy with the hunchback, and he used to play bit parts, and he was in that famous episode of Superman called The Face and the Voice, and he was a voice teacher, and yet he couldn't pronounce the letter R. He had that slur where he'd say things like, now, Boulder, repeat after me. Around and around the rugged rocks, the ragged rascal rudely ran. And then George Reeves, who's playing this guy who looks like Superman, said, around and around the ragged rocks, the ragged That's it. That's wonderful. I couldn't resist him. I mean, he was just a great character actor. Walden, did you have a final question?
Was that Mike? Was that you?
Yeah, that was me. Hi.
Oh, right, Mike. Yes, yes, but mainly I did James Earl Jones from Star Wars because when that movie came out, I thought, well, I've got 3 new voices in one movie, and it was like C-3PO, you know, saying, "At last, where have you been, R2? How dare you? They're on our trail. What are we going to do?" And then.
Where are those transmissions you've intercepted? What have you done with those plans? God, I hate this asthma.
And the third one, of course, was Alec Guinness.
Yes. Obi-Wan.
Obi-Wan Kenobi. I haven't heard that name in a long, long time, young Luke. We must build that bridge before the Japanese... No, I'm in the wrong movie, Luke. I think with that, we'll call it quits.
So one of the most exciting things for some of us who've known Keith for a long time, we'd catch up every once in a while through email, because Australia used to be a long ways from here. It isn't so much now because we have internet. We had Skype. Now we have Zoom.
Yep.
And now we have reps. And so we have the chance to get together and see each other and talk to each other often rather than 5 years. And Keith has been one of our closest friends, and we've had that chance now to
been a great relationship and nothing but laughs the whole time.
And Keith is going to be around in February when we do our what do you call that night, Walden? Our quiz show night.
That I can do on Zoom. That's easy.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
a good night. And
yeah.
I love the way Larry Albert hosts that.
Yes.
He just has this wonderful wry wit with that great Larry Albert voice, and it's just always a pleasure to do. So enjoy that. We'll look forward to that.
Keith's coming up again later on tonight. Join us for that. And thank you guys so much for being with us. We'll take a little break and then come back in a minute or two.
That's all, folks. Thanks, Larry.
You're welcome. Good stuff.
Yep.
Thank you.
Enjoyable. And we didn't need that music. What the heck?
No, we didn't. We didn't.
I'm surprised though that but then the factory maybe the machine's getting old.
No, that's the thumb drive.
Yes, definitely.
And this.
Oh yes. That didn't matter anyway.
I'm gonna come around.
You're clear.
It's easier.
Somebody script. Let me call somebody dropped a sweat. I'll get it.
Came here or he's
On radio. I don't think it's on water timer show, but he also does. Somebody thought they'd be cute and make a call. Water bottle. There's no case. I think I left my key.
Yeah.
6'7".
Oh wow. Yes. Oh, thank you so much. I had no idea you knew about this book.
Connect you to the books.
Yes, that's me. Yeah.
I started studying the history of animation when I was 7 years old.
Oh right.
And the book
Disney
Animation, The Illusion of Life came out.
That's right.
I was 7 when that came
Frank
out.
and Ollie
Very important for me. I've studied animation ever since.
You would have had some of Jerry Beck's books and all of those, like the Warner Brothers cartoons.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Now, sorry, it's Bruce.
Bruce
Yes.
Dose.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually have the Moose That Roared too, but I didn't bring it with me.
Oh, the Moose one.
Yeah.
Ah, right. Yeah. Yeah, I tried to make this volume one a history of the industry as well as the voices, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I got it about 3 months ago.
Oh,
I think
okay.
it took me 2 weeks to devour it, and I'm going back the second time
Oh,
now.
good on you. Yeah, thank you. I'll just put December 2025 as a memento. Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate that kindly. Very kind. Are you acting now? Are you getting ready?
Fibber. I'm doing Fibber.
Oh, right, of course. I'll stand. What? Yeah.
It took me a couple years to get used to it. A friend of mine, director I worked with a lot, his wife's a stand-up person.
Right.
And she would always just say after any show, good set.
Yeah.
Good set.
I know. Oh, thank you. Thank you. It was a little hairy because I had expected to run it.
Just like the, yes, we take the table out the door.
So, because of people from this one she had the raffle prices on.
Okay.
Sons of bitches. Boy, wouldn't you want my ass when I was getting my ass shot off in the South Pacific? And he's calling me un-American now? Oh, wow.
He was an angry guy. I met him once.
Yes, and you kind of get there because there's a similarity in my slowness, but you'll get well now. I get back up here now.
Okay, try. So that first one that's up and under, just so you know, it's a theme song, and then they'll start talking about John Splash. So drop it. Now I can drop it. So I'm gonna go up there now and talk into the microphone to see what the settings are. Test, 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 test. Hello, hello. Channel 1, hello, hello. Check, 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 check. Sounds good. Channel 2, check, check, check. Do we want to do 1? Let's do 1 again and get, okay, that sounds, yeah, that's about it. Hello, hello, hello. 1, 2, 1, 2. Channel 3, check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Maybe just a skosh up a little, I think. 1, 2, 1, 2, good. 4, channel 4, that's fine. And this. Okay, so check, check, check. Hello, hello, hello. Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 1, 2. That's good. Hey, hey.
Yep. Thank you. Let's see if it's still here.
Your table's not up here yet.
Oh, it's not? Okay.
It's down here.
Oh, you're having a table.
Yeah.
So, between these two, man.
Right here?
Right here.
What's the level of the mic here?
I'm going to move it a little bit.
Yeah.
So it's there. And
You want me to do a microphone?
I'm going to move this a little closer.
Okay.
So now it's pretty close to your head there.
Yeah. Oh, it's a different mic. This is a different one, yeah.
It's a 77.
77A.
It's not a real one.
It's a duplicate?
Yeah, it's a modern version of that.
Okay.
So the next microphone would be right.
It's going to be over here more to the right. Okay. So, are we up here together or not, Michael?
No,
We're not. Not at the same time. Okay. Okay, so it doesn't matter.
No, I go and then you go.
But it doesn't matter which mic you go to.
That's one microphone.
Hello, phone, I don't hear you. Hello, hello. Now it is. Now it's off. Does it matter which one to use?
Doesn't matter. That one's always on.
Hello, testing 1, 2. Hello, Mr. McGee.
Corey? I'm not going to come back to Mike. Do that again on that microphone. Corey, I saw you go on this mic.
Hello, Mr. McGee. I'm here with my bird book. Hello, testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello. Testing. 3, 2, 1.
I think that sounds good.
Let's try this one over here. This testing 1, 2. Hello, hello. Yeah, that works. I think so. I could be right in the middle and that works. I know. Yeah. finally.
Chairs are right back
Yeah.
there. And Larry is pretty close to you. Right next to him.
That's usually the way it is. You look for me and I'm.
Battery.
No, I think it's thick like 16 or something. It's after Millicent. Did you just break that? How long?
He did.
Drank a bunch earlier. No, I think you just drank whatever that is off to my right.
And there's no, nothing going in and out of commercial or anything like that. They're all on Mark's computer.
I know it's on a even number tape.
You said it, boy.
Oh, I see. No, 16. Yeah.
Yes. This is the foregathering. This is not the gathering, but it is the fore. And then we will have a post gathering. Yeah, we're up. Oh, she's here? Oh, goody. I met her a couple years ago. Thank you all for listening. See you next week. Good night, Molly. Say good night, Waxy.
Hammer yet, we're gonna hammer fast. And then I thought, when we hit it, for when he goes to hit his finger, like hit it from the side.
Okay, what's this? You did that.
That's all they did was
Old bag.
pretty Stone Age back then. They just listen to the telephone, listen to the lines. And then they hit those chimes. And when the chimes would get everybody pull the switch.
Right there.
Yeah, but that one sounded good.
We did it. Yeah, actually, we did a full run. Short enough.
You know what's fun?
Okay, I'll do the low brush.
My low wheels. You can just do exactly what you did.
No networks to come on and then go off.
Yes.
You did you? Okay, when I told the famous Olivier story, were you there? I keep forgetting when you talk all weekend. You said what? Famous Olivier.
Can he have me around? Yeah.
Olivier, you were wonderful.
Let me know when you want me to go.
Damn it, I don't know why.
This up here, and it's closer, so it makes the sound.
Yeah, Fibber
Maybe we
McGee is
double
next.
check the cash
Or
card.
brush,
Okay.
so it's,
He's
I think Ivan's not in Fibber, yeah.
Fibber next.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
Oh, I thought you asked if Fibber was next, Ivan. I'm sorry. Well, doggone it.
Yeah, Larry Albert, Doc Campbell.
That was like a decision that the programming department had to make, whether we're gonna burn
You said you wanted some tools.
annual
oh yes, it sounds like he's,
versus the football game.
they
so
just
guys
fixed
want to see.
Yeah, where he's fixing the
Oh, wow.
base.
Okay.
No one.
Because they stayed on, they stayed on.
That you, Gamble?
You old. They didn't go back.
Thank God I didn't have to memorize.
Okay, so we're ready to, are we ready for?
What rehearsal?
she came up to me at lunchtime.
Good afternoon, everybody. All right. Good thing my director gave me my directing cues.
Ready and jump.
Earlier this morning, I told you that one of my favorite shows was The Halls of Ivy because you could tell that Ronald and Benita Coleman loved each other very much, and it came over with the show. Here's another show that does the same thing. Don Quinn, who wrote Halls of Ivy, who put together Fibber, McGee and Molly,
That's fine.
ran from 1935 to 59, and you could just tell that Jim and Mary Jordan, who are Fibber, McGee and Molly, truly loved each other on this show. And a lot of great shows were the Christmas shows, and this is one of my favorite Christmas shows of all time. And they, you know, in the mid-30s, from 35 to 39, Marion had a strong Irish accent. Jim dropped it by 36. By 41, it was pretty much all Midwestern. They were from Peoria, Illinois, and it was pure Midwest. From 46 on, this one from December 24, 46 is all Midwestern voices. And it was number one in the country for 7 years of the 1940s. It's such a beloved show. And so with that, I'm going to let Alice take control, so I'll see you guys in a little while.
Walden, you should have got some guy from Ohio to play it.
Yeah. And then,
Alrighty.
finger, then we let it fall over when I get the last.
Everyone ready?
Ready.
The Johnson's Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, B. Benaderet, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. Music by the Kingsmen and Billy Mills Orchestra. You know, it isn't very often that we have the privilege of coming into your home on Christmas Eve. In fact, we figured out this morning, discovered it's happened only 3 times in the past 11 years. Well, that makes tonight a very special occasion for all of us on the show and for the makers of Johnson's Wax. So on behalf of Fibber McGee and Molly and all the rest of us, here's hoping you have a very happy holiday season. We take you now to the Wistful Vista branch of Santa Claus Incorporated, where we find one of St. Nick's little helpers hard at work. He's got a room full of broken toys, a handful of broken tools, and a future full of broken fingers.
Ouch, Dad Rabbit.
This touching scene has been repeated at intervals all week. And all Mrs. McGee can say right now is...
Oh, dear.
As we join Fibber McGee and Molly.
How's it coming, McGee? Huh? How's it coming? Got more toys to fix?
Many more to fix. My gosh, yes. About 150.
All together?
Well, about 5 of them are all together. The other 145 are all apart. But I can do it. Oh, now look. You see this little music box?
Mm-hmm.
I think I got that fixed.
Oh, play it.
Okay. You wait while I wind it up. Now just listen to this. Purdy, huh?
What was it?
Silent Night.
Look, dearie, doesn't Mother's eager little beaver think his bright little teeth have bitten off a little more than they can chew this time?
Oh, nah. I got plenty of time. They don't have to be ready till the day before Christmas.
I've got a TL for you, McGee.
Huh?
Sure. This is the day before Christmas.
What? It is?
It is, sure.
Oh, my gosh. I got to get busy. Hand me that chisel, a handful of nails. Thank you. Now let me see. What'll I work on next?
How about this thirsty little coaster wagon with its tongue hanging out?
Okay. Now see, that needs a new front wheel. I thought maybe if I take a wheel off this tricycle, made a bicycle out of that, then I take the frame off the bicycle, make a scooter out of that, I can use the saddle for this hobby horse, and that's going to give me an extra pair of handlebars, which I could use for, I say, what could I make out of a pair of old handlebars? Well, I'll think of something. Oh, hey, did you see how I fixed up this little toy carpet sweeper?
No, does it work?
Oh, I'll say it works. Now look, you push it forward. See, it picks up the dirt.
Amazing.
Yep. And then you pull it backward, it throws the dirt out again. Well, see, that way the kid can use the same dirt all day long. You don't have to keep running outside for fresh dirt. I think that's a very good idea.
Someone's at the door.
Oh,
Come in. Well, for goodness sake, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, folks.
Hiya, Wimp, old man. Oh, you better not sit down anyplace, unless you've been vaccinated against hacksaw blades.
Well, I can't stay, but my gracious, look at all these toys. You must be ashamed, Mr. McGee.
No, what for?
Opening all your presents before Christmas.
Oh, those aren't his, Mr. Wimple. He's repairing them for children who might otherwise not get any. The school's in charge of distribution.
Isn't that nice?
Yeah.
You must be very handy with tools, Mr. McGee.
Oh, you said it, boy. See, when I was a... Hey, what's that book you got under your arm there, Wimp? If that's the latest zombie comics, can I borrow that when you're through?
No, this is just my bird book.
Your what, Mr. Wimple?
My bird book.
Oh.
I've been out watching birds today.
Oh?
I saw a barn swallow, and I am going to write a new nasty letter to the book publisher.
Oh, wrong picture, Mr. Wimple?
No, but they can't convince me and tell me an teensy-weensy little bird can swallow a barn.
They don't really eat barns, Wimp. They just peck the grain out of the wood.
Well?
Jingle bells, jingle bells.
Well, anyway, I think I'm going to get my notes together, and I'm going to write my own book.
Ah, does Mrs. Wimple go with you on those bird watching expeditions, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, no, Sweetie Face, that's my big old wife, she stays home. She doesn't. Oh, that reminds me, Mr. McGee, do you have a shotgun?
Oh, well, certainly he has, Mr. Wimple, but do bird lovers go hunting?
Maybe not, Mrs. McGee, but this is for a somewhat different purpose. I'm planning that I've been thinking about every Christmas for the past 10 years. I'm going to get up early in the morning and shoot Sweetie Face.
You what?
No.
Yes, I am. I'm going to get up early and I'm going to shoot Sweetie Face, that wild duck, for Christmas dinner.
Bye-bye,
Merry Christmas,
Merry
Wimp.
Christmas. I have to go.
Merry Christmas, Wimp. What's
Well,
that door?
McGee, I don't like to nag, but hadn't you better get busy with those toys? You haven't much time left, you know.
Oh my gosh, I haven't at that. Now let me see. I think right now I'll fix up this dollhouse here. That roof is sagging like a restaurant pie. Hand me that hammer there, and I'll have this fixed up right in a minute now. Up.
Excuse me, folks. I forgot my bird book. Oh, there it is.
Okay.
Oh, he'd forget his head if it wasn't fastened on. And with Sweetie Face around, I'm surprised it still is.
Yeah, me too. Where's my other hammer? I gotta fix this dollhouse.
Here now be careful. You only have 7 good fingers left.
Okay, I'll take care of it. Okay. I had a little rabbit. I wish I had her still. She was good for 18 carats, so I called her Diamond Lil. Oh, there was more I did.
Oh, dear.
Look at the dollhouse. Oh.
If ever I have any toys to be repaired, sweetheart, I hope I can remember to tear up your phone number.
Oh, this is discouraging, you know it? All them little kids depended on me to fix these toys, and here it is. It's almost time to have the thing ready, and we gotta get that doorbell fixed.
Come on in. Oh, my goodness, Mrs. Carstairs. Do come in, Millicent.
How do you do, my dear? Good day, Mr. McGee.
Hiya, Kirsty. Don't trip over that kitty car there. You're liable to wind up with your head through a drum or something.
Good heavens, what a tremendous lot of toys.
Yeah.
Did they belong to your father?
His father? Why do you ask, Millicent?
Well, I just thought that no child could cause this much destruction in one generation.
These are not my toys, Millicent. And in the second place, I was not a destructive child.
Well,
I still got a little box camera I was given in 1913.
Oh, does it still work, McGee?
Yeah, it works all right, but I don't use it. It's too dangerous.
Dangerous?
Yeah, cuts everybody's head off.
Well, may I ask what you're doing with all these toys, Mr. McGee?
Well, the school collected them, Millicent, and McGee was to fix them up for the more unfortunate children.
Oh, what a splendid idea. I find myself revisiting my opinion of you, Mr. McGee. This is a side of your character I'd not suspected.
Oh, you'd be surprised, Millicent. His character has more strange sides than a Calypso album.
Oh, this is nothing any red-blooded American boy wouldn't have did if he stuck his big fat neck out like I done.
But what a tremendous job you have to do. I'm in such a short amount of time, Mr. McGee. Oh, well, this toy trumpet, for instance. Can you straighten that out?
Well, not knowing how to play a trumpet in first place, he probably wouldn't know when it was fixed, Millicent.
Oh, well, perhaps I can help. Oh, you know, I once played trumpet in the orchestra at Wellesley. Let me take it.
Okay, fine. Here, Kirsty, pucker up. Have a go at the blues, sugar. I mean the sugar blues. I mean the sugar blues.
A sugar blues is more of a trombone number, Mr. McGee.
Oh.
I'll try the 12th Street Rag. Although I'm afraid my embouchure is not what it was.
Oh, I don't know. With a good fur coat on, it's hard to tell.
McGee.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kirsty.
Very well.
Oh. Why, Millicent, that was lovely.
My gosh, that trumpet don't need fixing. That's in fine shape.
Oh, my. Oh, thank you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must go down to the Maritime Union headquarters and get Mr. Carstairs' Christmas present.
To the Maritime Union for a Christmas present?
Oh, yes. I'm getting him a new crew for his yacht. Well, Merry Christmas to both of you.
Thank you, Millicent.
Bye-bye.
You know, dearie, she's right. The time is awfully short to do much about these toys.
Yeah, I know it. Maybe if I work really fast, I'll... You know, these tools are no good. You know what? Look at them. This chisel's nicked. The pliers are falling apart. Hammer's looser in the head than I am. I gotta get down to that hardware store quick, get me some new tools. Where's my hat and coat? Where's that bait can I was hiding my money in?
Well, now, if you can't remember where you hide your money, dearie, I'm sure I'm not...
I remember. It's right here behind the dictionary. There it is. Well, I gotta get going. I'll see you later. Bye.
Wait a minute. You didn't kiss me.
Huh? Oh, goodbye.
There goes a good kid. And who does he think he's fooling?
And now, Billy Mills and the orchestra and the parade of the wooden soldiers.
What a Christmas this is gonna be. Fibber McGee, the dope of the ages. What a sap. What a husband. Somebody ought to put a Santa Claus suit on me and drop me down a chimney of a blast furnace. Oh, no. Now, wait a minute here, McGee. What are you going to tell her? You going to tell her how you spent all that Christmas money for new toys? Oh, my gosh, I don't know. Well, you got to say something. Oh, yeah? The reason I got into this mess is by talking too much. I know, but what are you going to do now? Gee, I don't know. Well, think. I am thinking. The only thing to do is stall, boy. Stall for time. Okay, that's my only option. I'll stall.
Is that you, McGee?
Yeah,
Was the hardware store open?
yeah, it was open.
That's nice. There's some hot coffee on the stove if you want some.
Thanks, kiddo. Well, why don't you ask me? Let's get it over with.
Oh, here's a Christmas card from Aunt Sarah.
Oh, yeah? Oh, I'll bet there's postage due on it. That old dame, she's so tight she couldn't put on her hat without lifting herself off the floor.
Well, you got her wrong this time. You know what? She sent us a $500 check for Christmas.
What? She did? $500?
That's right. And she said if the Republicans are elected in 1948, she'll even sign it.
Well, come on now, McGee. Why didn't you tell her, you big ape? You yellow or something? Molly, I got something to tell you.
All right, dearie. What is it?
Well, I was going to go down and take care of this whole thing, and I think I hear somebody outside again.
Just tell me later, McGee.
All right.
Come in. Oh, for goodness sake. It's the mayor. It's the mayor, McGee. Hello, Your Honor.
Good evening, Molly. Hello, McGee.
My, the terrible old man. Merry Christmas.
And the same to you both. McGee, I dropped by to tell you how grateful the school commissioners are for you with this toy mending project you've undertaken.
Oh, he loved doing it, Mr. Mayor. Just give himself here a handful of tools and he'll chisel, chisel, chisel all day long.
Yeah, but now see, on this toy deal here, Latriv, I think I need to talk to you for a minute.
Believe me, McGee, when Miss Yegley told me all about it and I heard you'd volunteered to repair all those toys, I was touched.
You
were touched.
Oh, just look how he fixed this coaster wagon, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
He couldn't repair the wheel, so he put 4 holes in the bottom of it so that 2 children with roller skates on could stick their feet through it. I thought it was very ingenious myself.
Well, yeah, but that was before I realized.
By the way, McGee, I may be able to help you deliver any of these things. How about this electric train? Is it finished?
Oh, he did a wonderful job rewiring that little train, Mr. Mayor. McGee, show the mayor how when you throw the signal switch, the train jumps the track and rolls over 3 times.
Well, I do have to admit I'm not much with that electric stuff. I even get nervous handling a wire coat hanger. But it don't matter now, Latriv. See, because what I got now is going to take care of this whole thing. I got...
Yes. But as I say, McGee, I'll be glad to help deliver any of this stuff for you. How about that sled?
Oh, no, Your Honor, I don't believe that.
No, not that sled, Latriv. Don't try to pick that up.
Well, don't talk nonsense, McGee.
No.
If a child can handle this, I'm sure I won't have any trouble.
No!
Oh, my back. I've broken my back.
Well, we warned you, Mr. Mayor.
What's that sled made out of? Lead?
No. I was putting some new runners on it, Latriv, but the nails were too long and I nailed it to the floor. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. I'll let them know how my x-rays have turned out. Merry Christmas.
Oh, my, look at that poor man walking up the street, McGee, all bent over, like he was looking for 4-leaf clovers.
Well, I told him not to pick up that sled, but see, this not being election time, he don't listen to the common people.
Say, what was it that you started to tell me before he came in, McGee?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Well, gee, I feel like a mug telling you this, Molly, but, well, I was...
Stop scraping your foot on the carpet and tell me.
Okay. Well, see, when I got downtown with my Christmas money...
Merry Christmas,
Oh, here we go again.
Molly. Happy New Year, pal.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox. The same to you.
Well, you're rushing the season a little with that New Year stuff, ain't you, Junior?
Well, I thought I'd throw in that early because I won't be seeing you next week.
Oh, that's right. You won't, will you? Sitting here next Tuesday night listening to Fred Waring. We'll miss you, Mr. Wilcox.
Oh, thank you, Molly. Will you miss me too, pal?
Well, I just don't trust myself to talk, Junior. The very thought of you not dropping in here next Tuesday just kind of overwhelms me.
Yeah, if he starts turning handsprings, Mr. Wilcox, you'll know it's strictly from grief.
Well, I know what you mean. I think that's a great idea, though, bringing Fred Waring and that wonderful music of his back for a week.
Yeah. Me and Molly and the people there in Racine thought it'd be kind of nice New Year's greeting to everyone if we asked Fred to take over the Johnson Wax program next week.
Mr. Waring and his Pennsylvanians will sort of express musically our New Year wish for our friends, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, I'm gonna love it. Tuesday nights, I don't get much chance to listen anyhow to a good musical. Oh, hey, look at all the toys. Say, I'll swap your good jackknife for that musical top, pal, and I'll throw in a ball of kite string, too.
No deal, Junior. See, this stuff here ain't mine. I've been trying to fix it up for the kids around town, without much success, I might add.
You might indeed. Look at the dollhouse, Mr. Wilcox. He was fixing the roof on it and suddenly found his elbows in the basement.
Oh, that's just because I'm a big clumsy oaf. If I just kept my big trap
What are
shut...
you doing, Mr. Wilcox?
Oh, just writing a little note.
A note?
Yeah, to the little girl who gets this dollhouse. Mind if I shove it under the door here?
Well, not at all, but mind if I read it first?
Not at all. Go ahead.
Okay, let's see. It says, to the little girl who gets this lovely dollhouse. When you grow up and have a real house of your own, don't forget to keep it beautiful and clean with Johnson Wax products. Signed, A Friend. Isn't that sweet?
A friend. My goodness. That's the first anonymous letter I ever saw that was constructed.
Yep. Well, I'll see you a week from Tuesday, folks. Happy Yuletide.
Same to you.
Same to you, Mr. Wilcox.
Old Waxy never quits, does he?
McGee, you started to tell me something, you know.
Oh, yeah. See, I was trying to tell you, Molly. I feel awful sorry about this kiddo, but gee,
Now, was it something about the toys, dearie?
Yeah, it was, yeah. Now, look, when I took that Christmas money downtown... again...
This is like reading a continued story in a monthly magazine. Come in.
Merry Christmas, my dear, and a cheery Yuletide greeting to you, too, Jingle Brain.
Hello, Dr. Gamble. Nice to see you.
Well, if it isn't the mortician's friend. Hiya, sulfa huckster.
What are you doing with all those toys, Beaver Bottom? Been hijacking Santa Claus?
Well, he undertook to repair them for some children for Christmas, Doctor.
Oh, you don't say. I'll have to tear up that article I was writing about him for the medical journal. Maybe he does have a heart,
Well, I paid you enough dough to listen to it, butcher boy. Now, what are you doing out on Christmas Eve anyways? Not that your absence from the hospital is not a splendid gift to the sick.
Business a little dull, Doctor?
Yes, it is, rather. Ordinarily, I'm busy Christmas Eve pulling fat fathers out of fireplaces or treating them for burned noses. They never seem to learn that long white beards light up quicker than a cigarette. By the way, what are you two doing for New Year's Eve?
We are going to spend a nice, quiet evening right here in front of the fireplace, tonsil tweaker. Cracking jokes, cracking walnuts. Why?
Well, I have a reservation at a nightclub, and if you'd care to join me.
Oh, thank you so much, Doctor, but we want to stay in that night and listen to Fred Waring.
Fred Waring? Something special?
Yeah. He's going to be on the air here for Johnson's Wax next Tuesday night at the same time, fatso.
It's going to be a novelty for radio, Doctor. A singing program with spoken commercials.
That I'll have to hear. I'll tear up my reservations and join you, if I may.
Oh, pray do, Doctor. And bring your medicine bag. I always eat too much of that caramel popcorn on New Year's Eve.
I'll be here with full equipment, Glutton Bottom, although I'll probably be called out a few times during the evening.
Really, Doctor?
Yes, New Year's Eve, you know.
Oh, yeah.
People forget that slow gin and fast cars can be a poisonous combination. As the head gets lighter on the neck, the feet get heavier on the accelerator. Well, Merry Christmas.
Thanks, Doc. Okay. Now that we finally got a minute alone, Molly, look. Remember when I grabbed that bait can with my dough in it and ran down to the hardware store?
Yeah.
Well, the fact is, this is going to make me look like an awful fool.
Now, sweetheart, when you fumbled that installment wedding ring on my finger, I took it for better or for worse. Mostly, it's been for the better. So you might as well average it up a bit.
Well, okay. Here's the situation. When I realized that
Say, maybe you better write me an inter-office memo.
Yeah,
Conversationally, we're not getting any place.
nope.
Come in.
Oh, well, for the love... Hiya, Teeny.
Hiya, Mrs. McGee. Hiya, Mr. McGee.
Teeny's the one who talked me into fixing these toys up, Molly.
Well, yes, I know.
Sis, I owe you an explanation.
Gee, mister, you don't know anybody anything, I betcha.
Huh?
I was just over at school and I saw all those toys. Oh, boy, are they ever super, though, just like new. Thanks ever so much, mister.
Well, I gotta spill this sometime, I guess. Sis, them toys are new.
Oh.
I bought them. I had them all sent over there.
Oh, you mean you couldn't fix the old ones, mister? Couldn't ya? Couldn't ya?
No, I couldn't. As a toy repairman, I'm about as handy as a turtle at a taffy pole. I flopped your assignment, sis.
You did not, I betcha. You were wonderful. Miss Yegley was so happy she cried.
She did?
Huh?
I said she did.
Did what?
Cried?
Huh?
Mrs. Yegley.
I know it. She said to thank you ever so much, mister.
Well, that's okay, sis. Molly, that's what I've been trying to tell you.
Yes, I know. But what took you so long?
Well, my gosh, I just feel like a chump. I had to use the money I was saving for your Christmas present.
Aw, gee.
And you know what? When I opened that bake can, I found I had almost twice as much money saved as I thought.
Yes, dearie. I knew what you were up against, so I took the money I was going to buy your present with and put it in with yours.
What? You mean you knew Oh, but Molly, you won't get any present.
Well, neither will you.
Huh?
And I think it's the nicest Christmas we've ever had.
It ain't bad at that, is it? Ladies and gentlemen, for many years now, we've asked old Santa Claus for audiences like you. And for all these years, he's granted our wish.
So thanks for all the wonderful Christmases you've given us. We'd like to wish you all the merriest Christmas ever.
Merry Christmas.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. You've been listening to a reproduction by the radio enthusiasts of Puget Sound of Fibber, McGee, and Molly fixing toys the day before Christmas. First broadcast December 24th, 1946. In the cast, we heard Fibber McGee, played by Craig Wichman. Molly McGee, played by Gigi Perot. Mr. Wimple, played by Mike Hingson. Millicent Carstairs was played by Linda Behrman. The mayor was played by Larry Gassman. The doctor was played by Larry Albert. Alice Watson directed and voiced Teeny. Live sound effects were performed by Kim Bragg. Audio engineering by Sam Bartlow, Cody Chris, and Jim Dolan. Live music performed by Chad Rennie. I'm your announcer and voice of Wilcox, Bill Ratner speaking.
If you folks will hold on just a minute, I'm pretty sure I got another doorbell in that closet there.
Oh, God.
Photo op. Open the closet. Photo op.
Well, we'll do that next time.
I was always afraid that you do a script that required that concept.
I can tell you how to do it. We were taught how to do it by one of the guys who did it.
Oh, yeah. I've seen it.
It's on a ladder, I think. What are you gonna do? I think so. Let you do it. It was fun.
Photo op. Put the photo op.
Who's going to take it? Walden?
You're in
You
brochure.
going to do the photo op?
You're beating me to death.
Come on, get your camera, Walden.
Okay, Gigi, I'm going to stand behind you.
Okay.
Well, I don't cover anybody.
But I want to put my arm around her.
Okay,
She's
you
my
can
Molly.
do that. That's allowed.
She's my Molly.
Okay,
Yes,
If
it
you can
is.
see the camera can
see
see
it.
There you go.
Oh, God.
It's true.
Thank you.
It's really true.
I know.
But it scares me when they repeat it.
I know. It's like once you know that, you know that.
Life is over. There's no meaning.
Start off the show.
That was fun. And I could read your writing.
Oh, good, good. I know. I used to have neater handwriting. I think the older I'm getting, it just scrawls out.
I've never been able to. It's bad.
It's tough. The penmanship, I've lost it. This
I actually took an
generation.
online course from an old retired school teacher through some, for handwriting, for cursive.
How was it?
It was good, but it was, because I wanted to relax, I always print, because my hand doesn't relax.
Yeah.
And so this old Irish school teacher in New York is going, oh, that's good, yeah. The L's are a little sloppy, but the B was okay.
I'm not sure. I marked my script, and if we're wrong,
I'd like to verify that you're running, maybe get a key.
I only wish when we realized the bell didn't work, you guys would have knocked on the door for us. That was, we got through it. We got through it. Things happen.
When's the next show?
3:15.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll tell you later what happened.
Okay, no, I just, really,
That's
things
a
happen.
Christmas
We
carol.
covered, I think.
Yeah, you did.
It wasn't I wasn't chastising.
No. It was just something interesting.
I would like to get a sword, sure. Okay.
I've got 3:03.
We got like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Check, check. Hello?
Okay, on this
Check.
setup.
Yeah? For the next show, you mean?
Yeah, for Christmas Carol.
They're right, these do make a great sound jumbled up.
Yeah.
Christmas
Hip.
lights, but
Hip.
not so much for the big
Toot, toot.
keys. What's that picture
One.
of Stephen Colbert over there?
This one has a switch on it. This one, that one has switches on it. Put this on filter.
The phone. The phone.
Don't think we do. Oh, Craig left. I don't remember that there were any at the rehearsal, but it might be wrong. Craig Wichman and Larry Albert are directing. Yeah.
this one's still in the book.
So we'll get this back for It's a Wonderful Life.
Yes. You get scratched or...
That's over there. I don't think I was here much.
No, I don't think you were. That's that. Door open, and I'm doing the departing footsteps. Yeah. Just a second.
Chad, if you remember, the way I'm doing the credits is I'll just, and music was by, and you can speak your name in your own dulcet tones. Yeah, they will. Just yell. There's mics 5 feet from you.
Okay. Use that.
And then, okay, yeah, we got the curtain, we just want to do the curtain rods, however you want to
Yeah,
slide it back. Do you want the loops or the whole curtain? And slide it back on the stick?
Yeah, we'll lift, the curtain gets open first.
Okay, so we'll both hold that up.
Yeah,
and
you'll
then
hold that in, and I'll slide it across.
Okay.
And then I think there's a second time it gets slid.
Yeah.
And then after that, there's the fabric rustling and the rings.
Okay.
So we'll leave the curtain on the hooks, but you'll rustle the we'll leave the rings, the curtain open or
Okay.
close. We'll leave the curtain gathered together.
Okay, and then.
And you'll rustle the cloth.
Okay.
And then I'll slide the rings a little bit, because right after that she talks about she stole the rings along with
Yeah, that's
the,
right. That's
yeah.
right. I forgot about the rings being in that. Let me see. Test 1, 2. Is this? Oh, he's not there.
Yeah, he'll adjust it as we get going.
Okay, good. 'Cause I think it was louder yesterday. What's this for? Is this something later or?
Yeah, this is the coal shuttle.
Oh, didn't realize how you did that, okay.
Oh, you're welcome.
When you have it mess up like that, it's kind of funny too.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. We'll run it because I know you guys can play cues back to back with the timing, and I got a little bit jumped early on the. This is gonna be. You guys are fun. Yeah.
Okay, on the greens, I'll do the horses. We got the coconut through.
They're right,
Okay.
right there. Well, that's right. We start with the horse, the wind machine slayer.
Oh, and I marked the script with the punctual paragraph, so it helps me keep.
No.
So that's what I do.
Well, don't do it.
Well, because that's if I
No,
don't, I lose myself.
don't do it.
Really? Is that?
It throws you off because you're concentrating on doing that instead of concentrating on the cue that's coming.
Okay, because I do that, so because sometimes, a lot of times I kind of like lose myself, I read it and then I figure out where I was.
I'll point out where it is.
Okay, yeah, that works good. Because you just wait for a second, then it's like, where am I thinking fast?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still working out the system.
So I ended your 10 cookies
Do you really?
and 4 brookies.
I still have 3 brookies, 2 cookies.
2 cookies and 3 brookies.
Yeah. I would have had 5 brookies, but I beat you too. Did they thaw? Oh, you didn't eat them yet?
No, put them in 3.
Good.
There's your money.
Oh, yeah, let me give that back. Huh? What? Yeah, just coins.
I want to be a sound fix person.
Yeah, no, it's actually, I had to borrow it, Linda, for the, make sure you.
Yes, sir.
What she was doing was crossing out the paragraphs that people had read. So she was concentrating on that instead of the cue.
No.
And I said, no, just.
No, yeah.
And then, so she started crossing it out for a go, and then she went back at the end. Right now, she just said, well, I'll cross out the curve. And I said, no, don't.
No.
And she said, I get lost. I said, no, I'll point.
Yes, I help do effects once in a while. There's another group in there that's been doing it for the longest with us here, and they're winding down now. They do it at the Guild, and I've helped with effects a couple times. And I absolutely, same script, but totally different focus when I'm doing effects.
Yeah.
I am not hardly even noticing the dialogue. Just a cue line here and there. I'm looking, okay, hooves, okay, ruler, I'm really,
Yeah, at the bottom of each page, I've got the next cue. It's on
I will
page such and
sometimes
such,
say ruler
and I
with an
just,
arrow. Yep.
I flip forward and see what it is to make sure I'm set.
Yep, I hardly pay attention to the dialogue. Again, just the cue lines for the effects.
Yeah.
Well, she's getting there.
Yeah.
And we covered. I just wish somebody had brought up the back, and it's not. But we covered.
Well, I kept pointing to the switch, and she was,
What are you saying? I understand.
the one time I reached across her.
I did hear one kind of go around, but no, it's okay. They seem to have yes, absolutely. And they seem to enjoy it.
No, I didn't know what I was doing the first time I sounded like.
Of course not. No, it can be very confusing.
Yeah.
It's a totally different focus. It's a completely different focus on the script. Now, a couple times when I've done, like when I work with these guys at WWW Radio, they call themselves, a couple times they've had me do effects and do 2 or 3 small rolls from the effects mic, and that can get a little, but again, you just kind of do one cue at a time, or like you said, one cue with next cue coming. That's all, and I don't like, what's the 5th cue down the road? No. What's this one? What's the next one? That's how you do it. Oh, it's fine.
Alice and Dean movie has spoiled me.
I understand.
My people now,
I understand.
we kind of dance around each other.
Yep. You know each other's work. Yep. Okay, I'm going to try to center that.
Okay, I'll let you get ready.
Are you ready?
I think so.
Yeah. How many times have you done this show?
The very first time I touched it all was a friend in high school. He and and I were the two guys in our class that got to do independent study class for 3 months. The art teacher said, well, you guys are trying to make a movie. And he started to film it. And I was Scrooge in that, and it was never finished. And it would have been god awful. But that was high school. And then in 1994,
Not yet. Is he throwing coconuts at you?
we did at my church a charity with the Wells 1939 script that you said you've done. And then I knew Max Schmidt at WBAI for a few years then, and he said, would you guys like to do it on the radio?
Yeah, that's coming up.
Let me ask people around, and I got some people around, and I said, well, I'm gonna take Wells script. I took Wells script and I took the book, and I really just kind of folded much more Dickens into it, and so that's okay. This one, okay, WBAI, Staten Island, Connecticut.
During the storm, the gate
I knew.
splits open.
9
So
or 10
he'll be on the
drops.
wind machine.
This will be like the 10. Okay. And I always say, Barrymore, Lionel got to do 18. I don't know if I'll get there, but I'm happy to keep doing it because I haven't aged out of it yet. No, it's great. I love it so much.
I think maybe during the dance.
Hello there.
Yeah. No, during the dance scene.
Oh, that's right, we're doing this.
Sounds are not quite.
No.
Okay, so I guess I
Not
can
Fibber,
just
not
move
Fibber
them
at
out
all.
the way.
Yeah.
It being the
Okay.
shows we're
I don't
about
wanna,
to do.
or fire or take a hike
Program.
Or programming.
Be a programmer.
Okay.
Accent drawl. Do you know the Fields, one of his characters? That's, my name is Egbert Sousay. Accent drawl. Souse.
Is that what, was it South?
Yeah. And the
Okay,
accent
I was always-
Sousay, accent drawl.
Okay.
What was it? That's this one.
Oh, okay.
That's the,
We're ready.
Yep.
Let's go.
We need it. We'll all quadruple.
It'll be a 3-man.
Just quadruple.
I'm ready, we can begin now.
Yeah, okay. Christmas Carol, 3-man Christmas Carol.
That was one of the great stories. Somebody that, was it you the other, yes, somebody the other night mentioned somebody going out for dinner with friends between the East Coast and West Coast show. I think you mentioned it, didn't you? Well, it used to happen.
Yeah.
You know, the LA actors, they would have 3 hours between the two shows, they did once for each coast, and they would always go out to have a couple drinks or something. And a lot of times somebody would visit and come back. They'd get loaded, or they would literally just leave the restaurant, forget, get on the train home, and go to bed. And somebody told the story. Somebody, maybe Parley Bear or somebody like that, said, a lot of times you come back to the second show and one guy may be missing, or we'll have to go, or 2. He said, I got back to the studio one time and we had like a regular 7-person cast and it was me and Lorene Tuttle. They somehow baked it through the whole thing.
Wow. Remember how Larry wanted it?
I used to do a lot of radio in New York. And that was always 3 hours. We did a show 3 hours later.
Yeah.
It was Perry Como's son for a long time.
We need your book for the ledger. We're gonna use it for the ledger.
It's right
Okay, good, I didn't see that.
I didn't know that.
Well, it wasn't a radio, thing. Christmas, Thanksgiving.
Oh, cute. But you really were, to the audience, you were his son.
Yeah, right.
You weren't an actor playing it.
So Alice, the real question is, are those real Doc Martens?
They sure are.
They're very cool.
They sure are. I'll tell you
Those are
what,
very cool.
They hurt to break in. Like, they were bad.
You know,
They really bad.
Don't step on my foot.
Yeah, they are powerful.
Those are powerful.
They were hard to break in.
I don't know what it was. My friends all joked. Oh,
you mean
there's
like
just
Perry
something
Como
in the way
used
that
to
I
do?
walked. I was doing
Same
tech
type,
for
yeah,
all these
same
shows.
type thing.
I think I broke a pair of shoes. Like, my foot just kept going.
Okay,
I
sure.
was like, I'm just gonna
Remo.
take the bullet and get
Those are great. They really stuck
Just
with
keep
it.
the last sentence to what's on the cue.
Can you eat, Olivier?
Remember, I still have that.
We're waiting for you.
Oh, yeah.
That's true.
And did it. Like every time I touch it, I play with it again. You know what that's like. There you go.
They last a long time. Yes, they do. There was my friends were. I know. I like it.
Get Larry up here. Larry
See
Albert.
the guy, he yells at everybody.
I told him, I said, you're a hard ass.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's what like driving a fucking truck in that goddamn pot. Close it off.
Yeah. There he is.
We fell off the wagon. 10 years of sobriety and it's all over.
You bum.
The guy keeps saying, they're all watching. And Andy Griffith at Pacey goes, well, no. I got an uncle I hate. No, I don't hate him. I just ain't part of him. They keep just like this thing you do. He keeps turning it around. You're the crazy one.
It's the rail, don't you? Okay.
Or on the other side of us girls want to sit together.
Oh, just like high school.
We want to talk about
I can go over.
All right, okay.
Is that it? All right, are we all assembled? The family that stays together.
So much. Like Larry just asked me to watch the and I heard my name being fancy. Yes, and then I redid it. And then like every time I've done this like half a dozen times and I tweak it.
Ooh, that was
3:15, a couple minutes, I guess. Ask Walden. Oh, hey, it's time to go, right, Walden? Hello. Showtime. I don't know if we're going to. Everybody have a chair? You have a chair?
Are you throwing pages away?
Yeah.
Cheers. Abe Lincoln page.
Didn't need them anyway.
They had telephone.
Yeah. Oh, I see.
Were you here?
I'd like to order a pizza. Domino's delivery. Here?
Yeah, I'm just looking for coming up to remind myself.
The feathers from
Okay,
Larry.
ladies and gentlemen, if I can have your attention, please. We're about to do a Christmas carol. And if you don't know the story, then you've been in the home far too long. Now, Craig Wichman has done the adaptation on this. I think he's done a bang-up job. Okay, this is new for us. It's a little bit complicated, and if something goes wrong, it's my fault. I'm just going to say that now. All right, is everybody ready? Any questions before we start? Any out here? Good, because I don't know anything. Oh, God. Is anybody needing a script? I have an extra script here.
Don't you need a script?
I was here. I know I was here. Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens.
Right when we were doing Fibber, 34th Street, the lights came on. I went, oh my God.
Thanks,
Are we set?
Don't do that.
Are we good with mics?
Yeah, the basic, what we're seeing this in this today is if you see an empty mic, go to it. You know, but not the end one.
Not the end.
Not the
The
end.
end one is dead.
Yes, and for the telephone calls, we have to cut all the telephone calls.
This is 1843.
I cut all the telephone calls. You know, okay, all right. Sound, are you ready?
Yes.
Over here?
We're ready.
All right.
From Seattle, radio enthusiasts of Puget Sound presents A Ghost Story for Christmas. The author of our tale suggested that it be listened to in a darkened room. So close your eyes, if you like, and travel with us to Queen Victoria's London in the year of our Lord 1843, as we bring you A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens. Marley was dead to begin with. This must be understood, or nothing can come of this story. There's no doubt about it, he was dead. The register of his burial was signed by the clergyman, the clerk, the undertaker, and the chief mourner. Scrooge signed it, and Scrooge's name was good in the exchange for anything he chose to put his hand to. Old Marley was as dead as a doornail, or rather, coffin nail. Scrooge knew he was dead. Well, of course he did. He and Marley were business partners for I don't know how many years, though he was not so cut up by Marley's death that he could not drive a hard bargain on the funeral's cost. But he was a tight-fisted hand at the grindstone. Scrooge was a squeezing, wrenching, grasping, scraping, clutching, covetous old sinner. And once upon a time, Of all the good days in the year, on Christmas Eve,
14 and 9.
old Scrooge sat busy in his counting house.
14. Go to the exchange and take care of that. Ratchet. 4, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 43. 17. 1, 2, 9. 18, 19. Yes,
A grim and cheerless place, if ever there was one. No warmth could warm the place where Scrooge was. His office door was open that he might keep his eye upon his clerk, Bob Cratchit, who in a cold and dismal little cell beyond worked at his ledgers.
19, 21, 22, 23, 26, 29, 9 and 2, 11, 13, 17, 7.
Bob Cratchit!
Yes, Mr. Scrooge?
Stop that wretched caterwauling.
Yes, sir. 9, 15, 17, 29, carry 1.
Oh, the infernal impudence, them screeching their idiotic songs at my very door. Go on, get away from my door. You go somewhere else and bellow your blasted carols. I have you arrested.
Sorry, Governor, it's an old custom at Christmas time.
Well, I don't want any of your old customs. You take your fellow fools and go away, or I rap you with this ruler.
Right, so Merry Christmas anyway.
Cratchit, you go post those collection notices.
Yes, Mr. Scrooge.
And you stop at the Wells place. And you tell old Lionel Wells you've come for the 17 shillings and 6 that's a fortnight past due.
Mr. Wells' wife has been ill, sir.
I was not speaking of his wife.
I just thought it being Christmas.
Christmas. You mentioned that word to me once more, Bob Cratchit, and I'll take...
Merry Christmas, Uncle. Merry Christmas, Bob.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Fred.
God save you, Uncle.
Humbug.
Christmas a humbug? Uncle, now I'm sure you don't mean that.
I mean exactly that. Merry Christmas. What right have you to be merry? What reason have you? You're poor enough.
Well, what right have you to be dismal about Christmas, Uncle? You're rich enough. Now, Uncle, don't be cross.
Well, what else can I be when I live in such a world of fools? Out upon Merry Christmas. What is it to you but a time for paying bills without money? A time for finding yourself a year older and not an hour richer? If I could work my will, every idiot who goes about with Merry Christmas on his lips would be boiled with his own pudding and buried with a stake of holly through his heart. He should.
Now, Uncle.
Now, nephew. Keep Christmas in your own way. Let me keep it in mine.
Keep it? But you don't keep it, Uncle.
Well, then let me leave it alone, then. What do you want from me? My sister Fan died so you could be born. Wasn't that quite enough to give you?
I came to wish you a Merry Christmas, Uncle.
Oh, Merry Christmas. Much good may Christmas do you. Much good it ever has done you.
There are many things from which I derive goodbye, which I have not profited materially. I dare say, Uncle, Christmas among the rest, but I have always thought of Christmas time, in addition to its sacred origin, of course, as a good time, a time for giving, a charitable, pleasant time, and therefore, Uncle, though it has never put a scrap of gold or silver in my pocket, I believe it has done me good and will do me good, and I say, God bless it.
God bless Christmas. Hurrah!
You let me hear one more sound out of you, Bob Cratchit, and you'll keep your Christmas by losing your situation.
Yes, sir.
As to you, nephew, I wonder you don't go into Parliament. You talk enough nonsense.
Don't be angry, Uncle. Come, dine with us tomorrow.
I'll see you in hell first.
But why? Why?
Why did you get married?
Because I fell in love.
Because you fell in love. Good afternoon.
but you never came to see me before either. I'm sorry with all my heart that you feel that way. Well, I've tried. So a Merry Christmas, Uncle.
Good afternoon.
And a Happy New Year, too.
Good afternoon.
And a Merry Christmas to you, Bob, and the Mrs. and Tiny Tim.
Thank you, Mr. Fred. The same to you, sir. Good day, sir.
Good day, Bob.
Talking of Christmas, and not 2 sixpence to jingle together in his trousers pocket. I'll retire to a lunatic asylum. You there, Bob Cratchit. What are you doing?
I was only putting a bit more coal in the fire, Mr. Scrooge, seeing it's so cold in here.
Well, you put that coal back into the scuttle. I can tell you, if you use coal at that rate, you and I will soon be parting company, Mr. Cratchit. There is many a young fella would like your position, you know.
I'm so sorry, sir. My fingers were getting a little stiff with the cold.
Then put on your mittens. There's someone at the door. Go on, see who it is.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
This is the firm of Scrooge and Marley.
Yes, sir.
Well, I should like to see the head of the firm, if I may.
Very good, sir.
What is it?
A gentleman to see you, Mr. Scrooge.
Ah.
Have I the pleasure of addressing Mr. Scrooge or Mr. Marley?
Well, you haven't the pleasure of addressing Mr. Marley. He's been dead 7 years. Tonight. I'm Scrooge.
Well, Mr. Scrooge, at this very festive season of the year, you know, it's only fitting that we, who are more fortunate, should make some provision for the suffering poor. You may not believe it, sir, but many thousands are now in want of common necessities, and hundreds of thousands are in want of the simplest comfort.
Are there no prisons?
Oh, plenty of prisons.
Or the workhouses? They are still in operation.
I wish I could say they're not, but they are, sir.
The treadmill, the poor law are in full vigor then?
Both. Very busy, sir.
Oh, I'm very glad to hear it. I was afraid from what you said at first that something had occurred to stop them in their useful course.
No, sir. But the institutions that you mentioned scarcely furnish Christian cheer. So a few of us on the exchange are endeavoring to raise a fund to buy the poor some meat and drink and means of warmth, you see. And what should I put you down for?
Nothing.
You wish to be anonymous.
I wish to be let alone. Since you ask what I wish, that is my answer. I don't make merry myself at Christmas time. I can't afford to make idle people merry. I help support those establishments I mentioned. They cost enough. Those who are badly off must go there.
Many can't go there, sir, and many would rather die.
Well then, my advice to them is to do so and decrease the surplus population. Besides, I've only your word for it that this is all so.
Oh, it is so, Mr. Scrooge.
Well, so be it then. It's not my business. It's enough for a man to understand his own business and not to interfere with other people's. Mine occupies me constantly. Good afternoon, sir.
I quite understand, Mr. Scrooge. Good afternoon.
Cratchit, show this gentleman out.
Yes, sir. This way, please, sir. Sir, I couldn't help overhearing. I should like to contribute twopence. It isn't much, but it's all I can afford. But there are other and worse situations than I.
You're a generous fellow. I wish I might say so of your employer.
Cratchit.
Yes, sir.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, sir.
Close that door.
Yes, sir. 24, 31, 1 and carry 3. New scarlet tippet for Tiny Tim. A comb for Martha. 33, 3 and carry 3. A hair ribbon for Belinda. 4, 7, 12, 15.
Cratchit.
Yes, sir.
It's too late to do any more business now. Day's wasted, fools. We may as well close up the place.
Yes, sir. It is getting a little dark. Hard to see the figures.
You'll want the entire day tomorrow, I suppose.
If it's quite convenient, sir.
Oh, it's not convenient. And it's not fair. If I was to stop half a crown of your wages, you'd think yourself very ill-used. I'll be bound.
Well, sir,
And yet you don't think me ill-used when I pay a day's wages for no work.
It's only once a year, sir.
Once a year? A poor excuse for picking a man's pocket every 25th of December. But I suppose you must have the whole day. You see that you're here all the earlier next morning. You understand me?
Oh, I will, sir. I will indeed. Good night, sir, and Merry Christmas.
The office was closed in a twinkling, and Bob Cratchit, with the long ends of his white comforter dangling before his waist, for he boasted no greatcoat, went down a slide on Cornhill 20 times in honor of its being Christmas Eve, and then ran home to Camden Town as hard as he could trot to play with his family at Blind Man's Bluff. Scrooge, on the other hand, took his melancholy dinner in his usual melancholy tavern. And having read all the newspapers and spent the rest of the evening with his banker's book, went to his dismal house, which he had once belonged to his dead partner. The yard was so dark that even though he knew its every stone, he had to grope with his hand through the fog and the frost to find the door. Now, explain to me, if you can, how the knocker, very ordinary if somewhat large, now showed the face of Jacob Marley.
Must be rusting.
But even a rusted metal face does not make its own dismal light about itself. Nor does it wear spectacles upon its forehead, nor have long hair stirring upwards as if by hot air.
Oh, pooh.
This vision did leave Scrooge a bit ill at ease. Now, darkness is cheap, so Scrooge liked it. But when he started up the gloomy stairs, he was unnerved to seem to see a great black hearse going up before him.
Shadows. Cheap candles.
He was just concerned enough to walk through his rooms to see that all was right. Sitting room, bedroom, lumber room, all as they should be. Nobody under the table, nobody under the sofa, nobody under the bed, nobody in the closet. Closed the door. He locked himself in, double locked himself in, which was not his custom, and took off his cravat, put on his dressing gown, slippers, and nightcap, and sat down before the pitiable little fire to take his gruel. He chanced to glance upon an old disused bell on the mantel. It had been years since it had called a servant, so it fed a growing dread in Scrooge. When it slowly began to vibrate, then swing, then peal, he looked up to the poor low fire for reassurance, and he leapt up.
Ebenezer Scrooge.
It's all humbug. I need a good night's sleep, that's all. I won't believe it. Someone's in the wine cellar. But that door was double locked. Something's coming. Something coming closer. It's outside my door.
Ebenezer Scrooge. Ebenezer Scrooge.
No. What do you want with me?
Much, Ebenezer.
Who are you?
Ask me who I was.
Oh, you're very particular for a ghost. Who were you then?
In life, I was your partner, Jacob Marley.
But you died 7 years ago.
And yet, I have sat invisible beside you many a day, doing penance.
You can sit down.
I can.
Well, do it then.
Don't you believe in me?
No, I do not.
Why do you doubt the reality of your senses?
Because a little thing affects them. A slight disorder of the stomach makes them cheat. You might be an undigested bit of beef, a lot of mustard, crumb of cheese, fragment of underdone potato. There's more gravy than grave about you, whatever you are. It's all humbug, I tell you. Mercy, dreadful apparition.
Man of worldly mind, do you believe in me or not?
I do, I must. But why do spirits walk the earth? Why do you come to me?
Required of every man that the spirit within him should walk abroad among his fellow men and travel far and wide. And if he does not go forth in life, he is condemned to do so after death. Oh, woe is me! In life my spirit never roved beyond the narrow limits of a money-changing hole.
You are fettered. Why?
I wear the chain I forged in life. I made it link by link and yard by yard by my own free will. Is its pattern strange to you?
Cash boxes, keys, padlocks, ledgers, purses.
Yours was as heavy and as long as this 7 years ago. You have labored on it since, Ebenezer.
Oh, speak comfort to me, Jacob.
I have none to give. It comes from other regions to other kinds of men. I cannot tell you all I would. I cannot stay. I cannot linger anywhere. Weary journeys lie before me.
Well, you must be very slow about it, Jacob. 7 years dead, traveling all that time.
The whole time. And I travel on the wings of the winds. I cannot rest. No peace. Unceasing torture of remorse. Oh, Ebenezer, not to know that no space of regret can make amends for one life's opportunities misused. Yet such was I.
But you were always a good man of business.
Business? Mankind was my business. Charity, mercy, benevolence, they were all my business. The dealings of my trade were but a drop of water in the comprehensive ocean of my business.
Now, don't take on so, Jacob.
Oh, captive, bound, and double-ironed, not to know. Hear me, Ebenezer. My time is nearly gone.
I'll listen, Jacob. Speak, but don't be so flowery.
At this time of the rolling year, I suffer most. Why did I walk among my fellow men with my eyes turned down, never raising them to that blessed star which led the wise men to a poor abode? I am here to warn you that you have yet a chance of hope of escaping my fate. A chance that I procured for you, Ebenezer.
You always were a good friend to me, Jacob. Thank you.
You will be haunted by 3 spirits.
Is that the only chance and hope, Jacob?
That is your only chance and hope.
Well, then I think I'd rather not.
Without their visits, you cannot hope to shun the path I tread. Expect the first tomorrow when the bell tolls 1, the second the next night, and the last upon the 3rd.
Couldn't I take them all at once and have it over, Jacob?
Oh, Ebenezer, look out your window. Behold my fellow beings. They ache to intercede for good in your world, but cannot. We witness what we cannot share, but might have shared and turned to happiness. Look to see me no more, and remember what has passed between us.
Molly! Jacob, Molly!
Scrooge tried to say humbug, but could not, and quite fatigued by emotions rare to him, glimpses of other worlds, and the lateness of the hour, he stumbled to his bed and fell instantly asleep. Scrooge awoke. He was lying on his bed, fully dressed.
Just the hour itself, nothing more.
Suddenly, the curtains of his bed were drawn aside, and Scrooge found himself face to face with the unearthly visitor who drew them, as close to it as I am to you now, and I'm standing in the spirit at your elbow. It was a strange figure, like a child, yet not so like a child as like an old man. Its hair, which hung about its neck and down its back, was white as if with age, and yet the face had not a wrinkle on it, and the tenderest bloom was on the skin. It wore a tunic of purest white, and carried beneath its arm a tall, cone-shaped hat, like a wizard's, and from its very face and figure shone a bright, clear light.
Ebenezer Scrooge.
Are you the spirit, ma'am, sir, whose coming was foretold me?
I am that spirit.
What are you?
I am the ghost of Christmas past.
Long past?
No, your past.
Well, what brings you here to haunt me?
Your welfare, Ebenezer Scrooge. I see you look upon my cap. It is men such as you who force it low upon my brow, to shut out the light that I would give them. Rise and walk with me.
No, not out the window. You see, I can't do that. I'm not a spirit. I'm mortal, and I'll fall.
Bear but a touch of my hand upon your heart, and you shall be upheld in more than this. Come, follow me.
What's becoming of the city? There's snow on the ground. Where are we?
These are the shadows of things that have been. You recognize this countryside?
Oh, I know every inch of it, every rock and tree.
And that bleak building over there.
Oh, that building. I was a boy there. I went to school in that terrible place.
Do you recollect the path?
I could walk it blindfolded.
Strange you should forget it so many years. Come, let's go closer. Look through the window into that cold, barren room. What do you see, Ebenezer Scrooge?
6 by 6 makes 36. 6 by 7 makes 40.
I see a boy.
A solitary child, neglected by his family, alone.
6 by 8 makes 40.
Yes, I see. I know that boy. You see, my only friends were in books. I was so lonely. Mother was dead. Poor boy.
Your lip is trembling, Scrooge, and what is that on your cheek?
Nothing. I wish it's too late now.
What's the matter?
Nothing. Some waifs came to my door singing Christmas carols last night, and there was a little boy like that among them. A pale, thin little boy in a ragged coat. I should like to have given him something, that's all.
Is that all? Come, let us see another Christmas. Do you know this place, Ebenezer Scrooge?
Know it? Why, this is the counting house where I was apprenticed.
Yo-ho, boys. No more work tonight.
Oh, look, it's my old master, bless his heart. Old Fezziwig alive again, and hosted one of his holiday parties.
Christmas Eve, Dick. Clear the floor, Ebenezer.
Oh, and there's Dick Wilkins. Oh, he was very much attached to me, was Dick. Poor Dick. Dear, dear. Oh, and look, there's Mrs. Fezziwig, looking younger than any of them. And look at the tables, all loaded with roasts and cider, mince pie and beer. Oh, what a jolly time we used to have.
Bow and curtsy, cut through, thread the needle, and back to your places.
Ah, that carefree young man with the light heart and the gay smile. Do you recognize him?
Yes, merciful heaven, how happy I was then.
A small matter for old Fezziwig to make those silly folks so full of joy. He spent only a few pounds of your mortal money. Is that so much he deserves praise?
No, it's not that. It's not that, Spirit. You see, old Fezziwig has the power to make us happy or unhappy, to make our service light or heavy. His power lies in words and looks and things so tiny it's impossible to count them up. Why, the happiness he gives is quite as great as if it cost...
What is the matter?
Nothing in particular, Spirit.
Something, I think.
No, I should like to be able to say a word or two to my clerk, Bob Cratchit, that's all.
Dance and retire, bow and curtsy, thread the needle.
Quick, my time grows short, and we have yet another journey to make.
Where now?
Come, Ebenezer. here in this little room with a fair young girl by your side. Do you recognize yourself, Ebenezer?
No, spare me this. No.
You're older now, a man in the prime of life, but your face has begun to wear the signs of care and avarice. Your eyes are greedy, the eager, restless eyes of a miser.
No, please.
She knows it, that girl by your side. There are tears in her eyes.
It matters little, Ebenezer. To you, very little, for an idol has displaced me.
What idol?
A golden one.
This is the fairness of the world. Hard on poverty, yet condemning the pursuit of wealth.
You fear the world too much.
But, Belle, I am not changed toward you.
When we were engaged, we were both poor.
Was it better then? Better to be poor?
Better at least to be of one heart. I have not changed, but you were another man then.
I was a boy. Do you blame me because I've grown wiser in the ways of the world? Have I ever tried to break our engagement?
In words?
Well,
no.
Well, in what then?
In a changed nature, in an altered spirit, and everything that made my love of any value in your sight. If you were free today, would you choose a fortuneless girl?
Belle,
I release you from your promise for the love of him you once were. Oh, at first it may cause you pain to lose me, a very brief pain, but soon it will be dim, like an unprofitable dream, and you will be glad to be awake from such a dream. May you be happy in the life you have chosen, Ebenezer.
Spirit, why do you delight in torturing me? Show me no more.
These are the shadows of the things that have been. They are what they are. Do not blame me. One shadow more.
No, I don't wish to see it. No more.
Come. Do you see this little family by the fireplace, Ebenezer Scrooge? This man might have been you, and the woman beside him your wife. And that girl might have been your daughter, Ebenezer Scrooge. She might have called you father. She might have been a springtime in the haggard winter of your life.
Spirit, let me go. Take me home.
Listen, Ebenezer.
Belle, I saw an old friend of yours today.
Who was it?
Guess.
How can I? Oh, I know, Mr. Scrooge.
Mr. Scrooge it was. I passed his office window, wasn't shuttered. There was a candle inside, so I couldn't help seeing him. His partner Marley lies at the point of death, I hear. And there Scrooge sat, all alone, quite alone in the world, I do believe.
Spirit, I cannot bear this. Leave me. Haunt me no longer. Take me back. Take me back.
Looking upon the ghost, Scrooge was startled to see that it seemed to have taken on something of all the faces it had shown him.
What?
In a flash of desperation, he remembered the spirit's cap and its remark about how it could dampen its light. He seized the cap and pressed it down upon the spirit's head like the extinguisher of a candle. The spirit gave no resistance. Scrooge pressed the streaming light down with all his strength. And finding himself in his own bedroom, and once again exhausted, he reeled to his bed and fell into a heavy sleep. Scrooge awakened suddenly and sat bolt upright in his own bed. He remembered the words of Marley's ghost and wondered from which direction the second specter would appear. At that moment, nothing between a baby and a rhinoceros would have astonished him very much. Now, being prepared for almost anything, he was not by any means prepared for nothing. And consequently, when no shape appeared, he was taken with a violent fit of trembling. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, a quarter of an hour went by, yet nothing came. Then, as he sat in his bed, he became gradually aware of a great blaze of ruddy light that seemed to shine upon him from the adjoining room. He got up softly and shuffled in his slippers to the door. Oh, it was his own sitting room. No doubt about that. But it had undergone a surprising transformation. The walls and ceiling were so hung with living green that it looked a perfect grove, from every part of which bright gleaming berries glistened. and such a mighty blaze went roaring up the chimney as had never been known in Scrooge's time, or for many and many a winter season gone. Heaped upon the floor to form a kind of throne were turkeys, geese, game, poultries, great joints of meat, suckling pigs, long wreaths of sausages, mince pies, plum puddings, barrels of oysters, red-hot chestnuts, and seething bowls of punch that made the chamber dim with their delicious steam. In easy state upon this couch, there sat a jolly giant, glorious to see, who bore a glowing torch in shape not unlike the horn of plenty, and held it up, high up, to shed its light on Scrooge as he came peeping around the door.
Come in, Ebenezer Scrooge, and know me better, man. I am the ghost of Christmas present. Look upon me. You've never seen the likes of me before.
I don't believe I have.
Oh, pity. You've missed over 1,800 of my older brothers.
Oh, a tremendous family to provide for. You are not like the first spirit. You're almost a giant. And what is that great torch you carry?
Its light pours into the houses of both rich and poor, to the poor especially, because there it is needed most.
Spirit, take me where you will. Last time I went against my will, and I learned a lesson which is working now. If you have anything to teach me, let me profit by it.
Touch my robe, Ebenezer Scrooge.
Where are we going, Spirit?
A humble dwelling on a humble street.
Oh, it's miserable enough. Spirit, I must say this. These poor must work to eat, and your kind would stop them from earning their daily bread on the 7th day of every week.
My kind? There are some on this earth of yours who claim to know us and do false deeds in our name, who are as strange to us as if they had never lived. Charge them, not us.
I hear you, Spirit.
Look at the evidence of your own eyes. There is true happiness here.
Well, who are these people? Who's that woman and these children?
This is the family of your clerk, Bob Cratchit. See his wife, dressed in a mended gown, but brave in ribbons, lay the table for their Christmas dinner. And there, assisting her, is her daughter Belinda. And the young man with the fork and the stuffing, that's Master Peter Cratchit, and the 2 little Cratchits. Listen, Scrooge.
Here's Martha, Mother.
Quiet, children, quiet. Oh, bless your heart alive, Martha, my dear. Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas, Mother.
How late you are, my dear.
Oh, we had a lot of work to finish up last night, and we had to clear away this morning.
Well, never mind. So long as you're here now, sit you down before the fire and have a warm. Lord bless you.
Where's Father?
He's been to church with Tiny Tim. They'll be along directly.
How is Tiny Tim, Mother? Any better at all?
Sometimes I think he is. Sometimes I think, oh, dear God, if anything should happen to Tiny Tim,
Mother, you mustn't ever think of such a thing.
Here they come, Father and Tiny Tim. Hide, Martha, hide.
Merry Christmas, everybody. Oh, where's our Martha?
Not coming.
Not coming? Upon Christmas Day?
Here I am.
Merry Christmas, Martha.
Oh, Tim, you darling. Oh, Father, I'm so glad to be home.
Oh, and we're so glad to have you, Martha. Oh, down you go, Tim.
How did little Tim behave in church, Bob?
Oh, good as gold and better.
Oh, and they sang the nicest songs. I hope people saw me there.
Saw you there? And why, Tim?
Well, don't you see? Because I'm lame. And if they saw my crutch, it might be pleasant for them to remember on Christmas who it was made lame beggars walk and blind men see.
Oh, bless you, my son.
Is the goose ready, Mother? Come on, let's eat.
Yes, by all means.
Yes. Come, take your places now. Wait your turn. The goose is a bit small, but there's plenty of stuffing and dressing and plum pudding for all of us. Martha, you take care of Tim.
Yes, Mother.
Make sure that he eats plenty. He must get strong and well. Now sit down, everyone.
And now, my dears, shall we say grace? Dear Father in heaven,
Spirit.
Thou givest us the gift of food to nourish us and give us life.
Can you tell me if Tiny Tim will live?
I see a vacant seat in the chimney corner and a crutch without an owner, carefully preserved.
Oh, no, kind spirit. Say he'll be spared.
If these shadows remain unaltered by the future, none other of my race will find him here. But what of it? If he be like to die, had he better do it and decrease the surplus population?
My own words, spirit, that is hard.
Man, if man you be in heart, who are you to decide who shall live and who shall die? It may be in the sight of heaven that you are less fit to live than millions like this child. Oh, God, to hear the insect on the leaf complaining of the too much life among his hungry brothers in the dust.
Through Jesus Christ our Lord.
Through Jesus Christ our Lord.
Amen.
Amen.
And now, my dears, for such a dinner, a toast. A Merry Christmas to us all, and God bless us. And now to Mr. Scrooge. I give you a toast to Mr. Scrooge, the founder of the feast.
Oh, the founder of the feast, indeed. Who pays you all of 15 shillings a week. I wish I had him here. I'd give him a piece of my mind to feast on, and I hope he'd have a good appetite for it.
My dear, the children, Christmas Day.
Oh, it should be Christmas Day, I'm sure, on which one drinks the health of such an odious, stingy, unfeeling man as Mr. Scrooge. You know he is, Robert. Nobody knows it better than you, poor fellow.
My dear, Christmas Day.
I know. I'll drink his health for your sake, and the day's not for his. Long life to him. A Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. He'll be very merry and very happy, I have no doubt.
All right, then.
God bless Mr. Scrooge.
God bless him and everyone.
Now let's get on with this goose.
Oh, let's do
it. There was nothing of high mark in all of this. They were not a handsome family, these Cratchits. They were not well dressed. Their shoes were far from being waterproof. Their clothes were scanty and had very likely seen the inside of a pawn shop. But they were happy, grateful, pleased with one another, and contented with the time. When at last they faded, happier still for the light from the spirit's torch, Scrooge had his eye upon them, and especially on Tiny Tim, until the last. Many calls Scrooge made that night with the ghost of Christmas present. Down among the miners they went, who labor in the bowels of the earth.
Happy Christmas.
And out to sea among the sailors at their watch. Dark, ghostly figures in their several stations. Much they saw and far they went. And many places they visited. But always with a happy end. The spirits stood beside sick beds, and they were cheerful. On foreign lands, and all was close at home. By poverty, and it was rich. In poorhouse, hospital, and jail, where vain man and his little brief authority had not made fast the door and barred the spirit out, the spirit left his blessing. Last of all, the ghost saw to it that Scrooge accepted an invitation that he had earlier refused.
Well, what did he say, Fred?
He said that Christmas was a humbug, as I live.
More shame on him.
My nephew and his wife?
Oh, he's a comical old fellow who suffers by his ill whims, himself always. All right, then. What am I thinking of?
An animal.
Yes. No.
Lives in the country?
In London.
A horse.
No.
An ass.
Well.
I know. It's your Uncle Scrooge.
It was a long night, if it was only a night, And it was strange, too, that while Scrooge remained unaltered in his outward form, the ghost grew older, clearly older.
My life upon this globe is very brief, Ebenezer. It ends tonight.
No, not yet. There are still more things I need to learn.
Tonight at midnight. Hark, the hour is drawing near.
But before you leave me, Spirit, I must ask, what is that I see beneath your robe? A foot, a claw?
Oh, it may as well be a claw for all the flesh that is on it. Look, here, clinging to my robe. See this boy and girl at my feet, wretched and miserable, yellow and ragged, with none of the bloom of youth about their features. Look long and well, Scrooge.
They glare at me like hungry wolves. Spirit, are they yours?
They are man's. The boy is ignorance and the girl is want. Beware them both, but most of all beware this boy. For on his brow is written doom, unless that writing be erased.
Have they no refuge or resource?
Are there no prisons?
Scrooge looked up to see the ghost, who had vanished, and found himself once more in his own bed. In his dressing gown, his nightcap on his head. The clock struck, and he remembered the prediction of old Jacob Marley. Lifting up his eyes, he beheld the third spirit. A solemn phantom, shrouded in black, draped and hooded, coming toward him slowly and silently, like a mist along the ground.
Am I in the presence of the ghost of Christmas yet to come? You will show me the shadows of things that have not happened, but will happen in the time before us? Ghost of the future, I fear you more than any specter I have seen. Yet I know your purpose is to do me good, and as I hope to live to be another man from what I was, lead on. Will you not speak to me? The night's waning fast. The time is precious to me, Spirit, I know. Lead on. Why have you brought me here again, to Bob Cratchit's home? It's not the same. Why is it so very quiet here?
Mother, please.
Oh, the sewing hurts my eyes. My child, my poor little child, Tim.
Mother, dear, you mustn't. It's almost time for Father to be home. Don't let him see you crying.
Yes, Mother. He's late tonight. He walks slower than he used to. And yet I've known him to walk very fast indeed with Tiny Tim upon his shoulders.
So have I, Mother.
So have I.
He was light to carry children, and his father loved him so that it was no trouble. No trouble at all. Bob?
Good evening, my dear.
Oh, you're late, Bob.
Yes. I'm sorry, my dear. I went to the churchyard today. I wish you could have gone with me. It would have done your heart good to see how sweet and green his resting place is. But you'll see it often. I promised him, yes, I promised Tiny Tim we'd walk there on a Sunday.
Father, dear.
It's God's will. It's God's will, Bob.
I'm trying to understand it, my dear. My son, my little son, Tim. And I loved him so. My dears, we must remember how patient he was and never quarrel among ourselves and forget poor Tim in doing it.
No, never.
Oh, that is cruel, Spirit. Can't you give me one ray of hope that I might change all that? That Tiny Tim might live? Where have you taken me now? A common street, Spirit? What is there for me to learn here? Who are these men?
I don't know much about it either way. I only know he's dead.
So
Oh, old Scratch got his own at last, eh? Oh, when did he die?
Last night, I believe. Who'd he leave his money to?
Not me, that's all I know. It's likely to be a very cheap funeral, and upon my life, I don't know anybody who'd want to go to it. Oh, and the weather's cold now, too.
Not where he's going.
Yes. Well, I suppose we could make up a party and volunteer.
I don't mind going if a lunch is provided.
You know, come to think of it, I'll wager I was his best friend.
What?
Yeah, well, we used to nod at each other when we passed in the street.
Oh, where are we now, Spirit? I have never even seen this wretched street. What is this place? The pawnbrokers?
Oh, one of you then, Mrs. Dilber. I mean, who's the worse for the loss of a few things like these, huh?
If he wanted to keep him after he was dead, wicked old screw, why wasn't he natural in his lifetime? Then we'd have somebody to look after him when he was gasping his last, alone by himself.
Well, it's a judgment on him, I expect. Have me, I always give too much to the ladies. It's a weakness of mine, and that's the way I ruin myself. And now you know my system. I set the price. If you ask me for another penny, I repent of being so liberal and knock off half a crown.
Oh, just you wait till I open my bundle, Joe.
What do you call this? Bed curtains? He didn't die anything catching, did he?
I wouldn't loiter about such things if he had. Oh, bed curtains it is.
You don't mean to say you took him down, rings and all, with him lying there?
And why not, with such a man as he was? Watch your lantern there. Don't spill oil on that fine shirt. You may look till your eyes ache, but you won't find an hole in it. Ah, they've wasted it if it hadn't been for me.
What do you call wasting it?
Putting it on him be buried in, for sure. Somebody was fool enough to do it, but I took it off again. Calico's good enough for him. It won't make him look no more repulsive than he did at that one.
He did frighten everyone away when he was alive.
Ah, to profit us when he was dead.
Spirit, I see this case of this unhappy man might be my own. My life tends that way now. They're fading. We've traveled again? What room is this? It's so dark. Oh, and what is that foul smell? What's that? Ow! Ow! A bed. Bare. No curtains. A ragged sheet. What do you point towards, Spirit? Oh, merciful heaven, a body. It's cold. It's a corpse. Oh, and there are rats here. Oh, this is a fearful place. Let us leave it. I shall not leave its lesson. Trust me. Spirit, you point toward that poor dead thing. You would have me pull down the sheet to see its face. I would if I could. I have not the power, Spirit. Spirit, if there is anyone in this town who feels some emotion caused by this poor man's death, show that person to me, Spirit. I beseech you. Oh, where are we now, Spirit? At least it's daytime. Thank God for that. But whose home is this? It's not Cratchit's. Who's that pretty young girl by the fire?
Alvin, at last you're home.
Hello, my dear.
Is the news good or bad?
Well, bad.
About our debt? Are we quite ruined?
No. There might be hope yet, Caroline. Remember what that drunken charwoman said to me last night when I tried to see him? To see if he would grant us a week's grace? Or what I thought was merely an excuse to avoid me turns out to have been quite true. He was very ill.
Do you think he may relent? Nothing's past hope if such a miracle has happened.
That miracle has happened. He is past relenting. He is dead.
Oh, Alvin, my darling. Oh.
Spirit, I feel our time is nearly gone. Tell me, who is this man who died? Is there no one to mourn the poor creature? No one to follow him to his grave? Perhaps they'll give him a green grave, at least, like Tiny Tim's. Oh, Spirit, where are we now? Oh, merciful heaven, a churchyard, choked with too many graves, cold and rainy, rusted gates, crumbling stones, overrun by grass and weeds, desolate and lonely. Spirit, before I draw near to the gravestone to which you point, answer me one question. Are these the shadows of things that will be, or are they shadows of things that may be only? Men's courses foreshadow certain ends, yes, to which they must lead. But if the course be departed from, the end will change. Say this is so, Spirit. Speak to me. Oh, very well. I will read the writing on the stone. The name on the gravestone is Ebenezer Scrooge. Ebenezer Scrooge, it was my corpse upon that bed. Oh, no, Spirit, no, hear me. Hear me. I am not the man I was. Why would you show me this if I'm past all hope? Tell me that I can change these dreadful shadows you've shown me by an altered life. I'll honor Christmas in my heart. I'll try to keep it all of the year. I'll live with the past, the present, and the future. I'll not shut out the lessons that they teach. Tell me, Spirit, tell me that I may sponge away the writing on this stone. Spirit, I take your hand, and I promise on my knees, I promise. What's this? It's my own bedpost. I'm home in my own room, and the bed curtains aren't torn down. Oh, there's the saucepan my gruel was in. That's the door where Jacob Marley came in. There's the corner where the ghost of Christmas present sat. There's the window where I saw the wandering spirits. It's all right. It's all true. It all happened. Oh, and the sun is shining. It's clear, bright, no rain. A beautiful day. And those church bells are glorious. Glorious. Oh, boy.
Yes, sir?
What's today?
Aye?
What day is it, my fine fella?
Today? Why, it's Christmas Day, isn't it?
Oh, Christmas Day. I haven't missed it. The spirits have done it all in one night. Well, of course. They can do anything they like. Thank you, spirits. Thank you, Jacob.
How's that?
Listen, my lad. Do you know the butcher's on the next street?
I should say I do.
An intelligent boy. Remarkable boy. Tell me, do you know if they sold the prize turkey that was hanging in the window?
The one as big as me?
What a delightful boy. It's a pleasure to talk to him. Yes, my buck.
Oh, it's hanging there now.
Wonderful. Go buy it.
Go on.
No. Go round, will you? Tell them to send it to Bob Cratchit and his family on Broad Street. Now, mind you, they're not to know who paid for it. Go along. You do this in 5 minutes, I'll give you a shilling. Do it in less, I'll give you half a crown.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And a Merry Christmas to you.
Oh, and Merry Christmas to you, my boy. Oh, I don't know what to do. I'm light as a feather. I'm happy as an angel. I'm merry as a schoolboy. No, a baby. I don't care. I am a baby. Merry Christmas to everyone. Happy New Year to the whole world. Whoop!
Shaving was not an easy task for Scrooge, chuckling all the while. But if he had cut off his nose, he would hardly have noticed. He dressed himself in all his best for the first time in years and headed out the door, where the knocker caught his eye.
I hardly ever looked at it before. What an honest expression on its face. It's a wonderful knocker. I shall love it as long as I live.
And then Scrooge went to church.
Sinners with true repentance do forgive to endless pains. Justice now revokes the sentence. Mercy calls you, break your chains.
Then Scrooge walked the city.
Good morning, child.
Patting children on the head as he went.
Merry Christmas, sir.
He simply strolled about among the common people of London, an action that he never dreamed could give such happiness.
My dear sir, how do you do?
I beg your pardon?
Well, sir, aren't you the gentleman who came to my office in regard to that charity?
Mr. Scrooge?
I'm sorry my name is not pleasant to you. A Merry Christmas to you.
Yes, sir.
Allow me to ask your pardon, sir. And would you have the goodness to accept? I prefer to whisper this.
Oh, Lord bless me, my dear Mr. Scrooge. Are you serious?
Yes, if you please, and not a farthing less. A great many back payments are included in it, I assure you. Will you do me that favor?
My dear sir, I don't know what to say to such generosity.
Well, don't say anything, please. I cannot speak now. I must keep an engagement. But come and see me. You will come and see me.
Oh, I will indeed.
Thank you. I'm much obliged to you. I thank you 50 times. Bless you. Merry Christmas to you.
Just a moment. Yes, sir?
Good afternoon, my dear. I don't believe you know me. I am Fred's...
Uncle Scrooge!
Fred, I've come to dinner. Will you let me in, Fred?
Let you in. Merry Christmas, Uncle.
Well, nephew, don't shake my arm off. It's unused to that type greeting. Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas, Uncle. Do come in.
It was a wonderful party. Wonderful games, wonderful fellowship, wonderful late night of it. But next morning, Scrooge was early in his office. If he could only be there first and catch Bob Cratchit coming late, that was the thing he'd set his heart upon. And he did it. Yes, he did. The clock struck 9. No Bob. 1:15. No Bob. Scrooge sat with his door wide open that he might see him come in. At last, he came. With his hat off, he opened the door, his comforter, too. He was on his stool in a jiffy, driving away with his pen as if he were trying to overtake 9 o'clock.
8 and 15 or 21, 6 and carry the 1 and 24 and carry the 2, 31 and 8 and 9.
Hello, you there, Cratchit.
Yes, sir.
Step this way, if you please. Cratchit, what do you mean by coming in at this time of day?
I'm very sorry, sir. I am behind my time.
You are? Yes, I believe you are.
It's only once a year, Mr. Scrooge. It shall not be repeated. I was making rather merry yesterday, sir, and...
I'll tell you what, my friend, I'll not stand this sort of thing any longer. And therefore, Bob Cratchit, I'm about to raise your salary.
Mr. Scrooge, are you quite yourself, sir?
No. Thank heaven I am not quite myself. Merry Christmas, Bob. A merrier Christmas, my good fellow, than I have given you in many a year. I shall raise your salary, and we'll see what we can do for dear Tiny Tim and the rest of your family. We'll discuss it all this very afternoon over a bowl of steaming punch. Make up the fire, and go buy another coal scuttle before you dot another I, Bob Cratchit.
Thank you so much.
Scrooge was better than his word. He did it all, and infinitely more. To Tiny Tim, who did not die, he was a second father. He became as good a friend, as good a master, and as good a man as good old city knew, or any other good old city, town, or borough in the good old world. Some people laughed to see the alteration in him, but he let them. He knew that those who cannot understand good will laugh at it, and it was better for them at least to grin rather than to frown. His own heart laughed, and that was quite enough for him. He had no further dealings with spirits. but lived upon the total abstinence principle ever afterwards. And it was always said of him that he knew how to keep Christmas well, if any man alive possessed the knowledge. May that be truly said of all of us. And so, as Tiny Tim observed,
God bless us, everyone.
Good Christian friends, rejoice with heart and soul and voice. Now ye need not fear the grave. Jesus Christ was born to save. Calls you one and calls you all to gain his everlasting hall. Christ was born to save. Christ was born to save. Thank you all. Oops, I'm we could share. Thank you all, both here at home, for helping us to recreate Mr. Charles John Huffam Dickens' London out of thin air. Our cast:
David Person,
Linda Behrman, Janine Olivier,
Alice Watson,
Ivan Murray,
Ryan Hendrickson,
Dean T. Moody,
Bill Ratner.
Sound effects were by
Bruce Johnson,
Ken Bragg.
our engineering staff,
Sam Barlow, Jim Dole.
our wonderful music. I produced and adapted this story, which has been done by Quicksilver Radio Theater for 30 years this Christmas. And our director, and I played Scrooge, and our director was Larry Alberts.
Forget Ryan Espen.
And Ryan doing the video, my God, of course, and acting as well. God rest you, merry gentlemen, let nothing you dismay. Remember Christ our Savior was born on Christmas Day to save us all from Satan's power when we were gone astray. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy, comfort and joy. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy. Thank you so much.
Did it.
You deserve every iota of credit. And now, Larry, I have to do something with you, right?
We gotta take a picture.
Oh, okay. Photo.
Everybody out for a picture.
Ladies,
Come on, get up.
Photo. And this one I'd like to be in the middle. Scrooge is the founder of the feast, such as it is. Scrooge.
I want to be in the
Larry, come on, Larry, please.
Yes, everybody.
Yeah, well, oh, please, absolutely. Okay, guys, we're gonna have to do 3/4.
We're going to need a bigger stage.
Yeah, that way we can all get in.
I can get it.
Turn towards,
Whoa.
turn towards
Oh,
Craig.
we all need to do this.
That's
Yeah.
nice. Okay.
And Larry Albert wins the award for biggest ham.
come on in here.
I'll put a hand
You're
on
not
it.
a ham, Larry. Larry, you're not a ham. A ham can be cured.
Magic head.
Is that okay?
My hair look all right?
Oh, wait.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep, wait.
Okay, one more.
One for the giver.
Rim up. Thank you.
Hair-wise, Larry, I think you and I are going to be twins.
Yes.
Thank you 50 times.
Thank you. He's Doc Martin. I'm telling you, the heavy rubbers.
Right.
It's dinner right now. Nice job.
Lovely guy.
Chad is Easter. Chad's crazy. Nice job, Bruce.
It might have been another Free Skeleton.
There's my scarf.
Somebody left that on the stage. Me. That's yours, okay. Yeah, I can't hear what's coming over the microphone, over the, you don't have figures for the back here.
Let's see where they want me. Jim, where do you want us? Okay.
Do a wire, and I'll be right.
Okay.
Okay, do we want to take it up there, or you just want to
Well, it's up to Craig. I can stand.
Christmas Carol on the radio.
Wow.
Are we gonna put the table back up?
It's up to you. What do you think?
No, you're the boss. We can just set it.
We can, yeah, we can sit. We'll just have to move the mics down a little bit, maybe.
Can somebody help Mike, Larry, and I? Whatever's easier. We just need the two of us. We're gonna just set the chairs. We can do that if that's better. Sure.
Maybe I can grab this.
I'll get a couple chairs here. I'll do it from the middle. Let's do it from the middle.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, let's come forward a little.
Bring these forward.
I'll bring them. I'll grab two of them. And they're going to give us a water.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I just will take a half-hour nap.
Check. Yeah, I might.
Oh, hi.
Great. And then dinner. So we'll probably stop at 5 because we got to get back.
And that's fine.
All that stuff's free.
Hi, everybody. This is such a wonderful group. We're so excited you're here. We have a list of RSVPs, and if you could check your name off or add your name if you're not on it in the back of the room on that table. There's a pen. As you're walking by there, if you can please just note that you're here. We need those for the grant and for all of our proof that people enjoy our old-time radio. So thank you for being here with us. Silent Auction now has pens. Sorry for the delay. Yay! And we are going to work on the raffle, and there's also some free items in the space where the shop was. All the stuff that's there right now is free, and we have some other things we might put out and sell later, but right now we've just got the silent auction up, so enjoy the pens. Thank you.
Say they're 3 for $5, or the $5.
Lindsay, I'm going to need some help with the RSVP. Unless you want me to just I'll mention Walden's name 3 times and screw up the thing, yeah.
They're not as hot as these, right? You gotta
Right.
really keep them up here. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Is it time?
So it's
Walden,
time.
Is it time? Walden, is it time for the... It's time for the after talk?
Holy mackerel, that was your inside
Larry
voice.
and I are going to do a medley of Bing and Frank Christmas songs.
That's right. with hardly any help from anybody, thank God.
And especially no Bing or Frank. No, honey.
No, that's okay. That's
Ask them
all
to
right.
come back if they could.
Yeah. So we'll start. We will stop at 5 because that's dinner time, and we know that not much can get in
Come
the way
back,
of food.
everybody. We're talking up here.
Are they all gone?
Well, they're all looking.
They're on the
they're all
back.
looking at auction stuff.
Oh, okay. Well, we're going to start, and those who hear it. Those who don't will hear it at a more convenient time.
I guess that's true.
Yeah. So, over the next, we do this when we have a chance to talk with people who don't ordinarily come, although Craig has been here a couple years ago.
This is my third.
This is your third time. So we're going to chat a little bit. We didn't talk those times about A Christmas Carol as much, did we?
No.
So we're going to do that.
It was not Christmas.
No, that's true. This is the first time you've been here for Christmas, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So Craig Wichman and I and John and Jerry Williams, I understand, who is also back there, all met many years ago in not only Friends of Old Time Radio for years, but also at Reps. And
at Palatial Holiday Inn North in Newark.
Oh my gosh, that's true. And
The
it's
Garden Spot of the East.
Is it still there?
I don't know. I haven't bothered to go out and look.
Huh. Well, back then, we did a lot of stuff, and we were involved in a lot of plays. And then several years ago, on Yesterday USA, Walden got in touch with Craig, and we found out that Craig had this incredible urge to continue to collect everything that is and was A Christmas Carol.
It's OCD, O.C. Dickens.
And so the collection began and has grown and continues to grow, and there are lots more contemporary versions, and those get added to the mix. And so every year now, including plug this Wednesday night, we will have Craig on Yesterday USA, 10:30 Eastern, 7:30 Pacific, and we will talk again about A Christmas Carol, and we usually find something new to talk about because there are new productions that have been found.
And so please join us at that time as well, because we'll have a lot more time to devote to A Christmas Carol than we do now. We have 30 minutes, yeah. So talk to us about, I mean, I know that you acted in a lot of these and you've been doing some of these with Quicksilver, but what began your fetish, in essence, with Christmas
I don't
Carol?
know. Obsession, fetish, these words are not working for me. I think, like a lot of people, a lot of folks here are in the same age range. I was mesmerized by the best musical version of Christmas Carol ever done out of half a dozen, which is the Julie Stein Mr. Magoo Christmas Carol, which was actually the first animated television special in 1962 when I was 4 and a half. And I already knew Mr. Magoo, and it's also one of the more faithful adaptation of Christmas Carol. They flipped the order of the ghosts. They go they start with present and then go, Marley, present, and past and future. But the music is wonderful. Christmas Future is freaking terrifying, and it just that story grabbed me, and I saw that every Christmas for a few years, and then was furious when UA, who produced it, is Keith still here? UA who produced it, locked it up for theatrical distribution for a couple of years. It's like, it's not on TV this year. Are you kidding me? We can't go to the Valentine and pay $3 to see that. So, but that's when it started, and then I read the book probably in middle school from the middle school library. I think it was a 60s version illustrated by Ronald Searle, the English author, with these wonderful weird watercolors. So I read the book and I was like, that's pretty dang good too. And then the radio and the Christmas Carol fold together here because radio station WOWO in Fort Wayne, the 50,000 watt voice of farming, was one of many stations that picked up the 1939 classic Wells Barrymore Christmas Carol and reran it. And I have such a memory. Somebody mentioned the other night getting an entertainment center in that era. Those big hulking things in the living room with an 8-track player and an LP thing and an AM, FM, and speakers as big as a kid. And my sister and I clearly remember us going upstairs from a family Christmas at my uncle's and sitting there and listening to that version of Christmas Carol on Christmas Eve, just as it had originally been presented. And as I say in my book, I have a book on this.
You do?
Yes, I do. We were transported at the same time to Victoria's England and Franklin Roosevelt's America. This amazing 1939 production, which most of you here have probably heard. And that just continued from there. Well, that's the beginning. That's answered the first question. I hope you have more.
I do. What's interesting is that the adaptations are generally a little different. They're not all the same. They're not all scripted the same way. And that's what's kind of fascinating because everybody has their own delivery in terms of how they want to do it. And the adaptations come from, several different cities, etc. And they're on lots of different networks. Talk a little bit about that and how
let me give you just like a 2-minute primer on the story itself.
Okay.
Charles Dickens was 1843. I think he's not even quite 30 yet. And he had a couple smashes, but the latest, I don't remember which the latest book was not selling as well as he hoped. And he was, like a lot of wealthy people, his family kept getting bigger and bigger. Cousins and aunts he supported. And so he was kind of feeling a little pinched for money. And he thought, if I could just rush out a Christmas book, this was in the early summer maybe, if I could just get a Christmas book out there, that'll make money. So he took part of a pre-existing story from, I think it's from, oh goodness, his first big collection where the rich guys are all traveling around England. Work with me here. Dickens' first big novel, which is a collection of short stories of this club that travels around England. Oh, it'll come to me. Anyway, there was a story in that about a grave digger who was an even worse S of a B than Scrooge, and him getting these gremlin. Thank you. Yeah, Randy. Yes, the Pickwick Papers. This was a section in Pickwick Papers, and he's such a S of a B. Gremlins from hell come up on a freezing Christmas Eve and actually grab this drunk and torment him and pull him to hell. Well, Dickens said, that's something I can hang a bigger story on. And what was going on in his own life was, this was a time in England when the Industrial Revolution was really kicking in. And just like happened in America a little later, around the same time, back when poor-ish people lived on farms and could grow their own food and trade with their neighbors, there was not as much really dirt poor starving. But once industrialization happened and they left those farms and went to the city, they didn't always get a job, or the factory would fire them after 2 years, or they would die from black lung disease from what they did in the factory. And England was starting to really feel this god-awful class division of the starving poor and the filthy rich. And Dickens really felt that, because for a short time, I think it's less than a year, his dad had been in debtor's prison. You know, back then you go in debt too far and want to lock you up in jail until you pay it off by working. So, and that stayed with him his whole life. So many of his stories about young children and poverty are the mortification he had when his dad was in debtor's prison, and he worked in, I think, a boot black factory, blacking boots. Blah, blah. So anyway, that stayed with him, and as he got all this wealth as a successful author, he was both sides of Scrooge. So there was this commercial reason to write the book. I got to make some money. And there was also this like, oh my God, I'm worried about the poor. And also, am I getting greedy? I'm getting rich myself. And that all worked itself out. And he wrote this thing, and there's a description in a letter to a friend where he said, like, I basically walked the streets thinking this up. And he said, as I wrote it, I laughed and cried by turns. He was really working through some stuff with this thing. It was an immense smash. It was printed instantly. It was reprinted very quickly. Within a matter of months, just after Christmas, there were bootleg theatrical productions of it. People dramatized it almost instantly. Not many years later, it was done in America. This all kept going. And then Dickens himself... Oh, we're losing me? Sure.
Time for a commercial.
And okay. Are we okay, Jim? Not yet?
Oh, that's interesting.
The mixer locked up.
Okay, what can we do?
Talk louder.
Talk louder? I can talk louder. I'm capable of talking louder. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No good? It sounds okay to me, but I'm listening to myself. What? Okay. Well, I'll just keep talking. I'll do my best, okay? I'll do my best. So anyway, this book happened, and immediately was a smash. It became that time's version of a multimedia smash, and also pirated copies, because copyright was just coming in. He chased down 1 million people that were reprinting the thing. And he also had been, Dickens loved theater. He had been an amateur actor himself in little amateur theatricals. And he had a sense of the dramatic, which you can see in the book if you read it. It's so wonderful. Adapting that kind of thing is so So that's the background of this. And he does say in the introduction to the book, or he said to friends, this should be read in a darkened room. This is a ghost story. It also came out of the tradition that had been in Germany and had come to England of doing ghost stories at Christmas. After the gifts and the party, we go by the fireplace and tell spooky stories. Not sure where that came from, but it existed, so it's a ghost story for Christmas, and Dickens was reading it. So then when Dickens died in the 1870s, something like that, other people took up the reading. Usually college, speech professors and stuff. So a lot of people did readings of it. He had done a reading version where he cut down the novel to, I don't know, it runs about an hour or something. And they had done that, so it was totally natural when this new medium came in where you could read for people all over the country, that those same college professors in the early 20s, there started to be readings of A Christmas Carol. In the early 20s, really pretty early in dramatic radio, as my acting teacher Stella Adler used to say, the best author in the world is a dead one, because they can't complain about what you do to their material, and they don't charge you any money. So there were Christmas carols from the 20s on. First it was just readings, then it would be a reading with a violin music accompaniment, then it would be two guys doing it, and then by the mid to late 20s, 25, 26, amateur theatrical groups in upstate New York and different places started to do it. And it just grew from there. And then it stayed in the network era, that the early version of CBS ran a couple. And then, as many of you know, Lionel Barrymore did the 39, but what a lot of people don't know is that was the 5th year he'd done it.
Right.
He did it in 1934. Go ahead, ask me another question, or
No,
I'll
no,
keep
no,
going.
keep going, because this is interesting.
He first did it in 1934, and there are several later interviews with him where people said, "What? Who got you to do this? Whose idea was it?" And he always said, "I don't remember." And somebody said, "Why do you keep doing it?" "I like to eat." It was a paying gig.
Yeah.
But he also was one of those people of that generation like John Ford who thought you were being purpled if you talked all arty. I think he really had a feeling for it because, as Larry said, he then did it mostly for 20 years. And there are people who interviewed him and said, "Look, I got to be in the studio when Barrymore did his Christmas Carol this year, and he's a taskmaster." It's like he really was, we get this right. We don't D-I-C-K around. We really get this story right. And like Larry also said, he specifically, okay, the good thing about all the later versions is that they kept going for almost 20 years. The bad thing is that only in the first couple years were they 45 or 60 minutes.
Right.
Which I hope we showed in around 60. You can do a pretty good job of the story. Once you cut it down to network time,
30.
of, again, 29,
29, 30.
and then when you're including the BS at the head and tail and maybe a spot, it's even less than that.
Yeah,
So he would keep toying with it every year. It's like one year it'll end with Scrooge just being happy on Christmas morning, which is a beat to end on. You won't have the morning or the day after. Back on? Oh, you won't have the day after. That'll cut that. Or they'll cut, a lot of times they'll cut most of future. It's like he sees past, he sees present, and then he's at the graveyard, which none of these things really work as well as they could, but he just kept trying. And the fun thing, and I have found, to tie in what Larry said, looking for these for years and dealing with such wondrous people as Jerry Hendigas and Dave Golden and a couple other folks, I have dug up some that hadn't been circulating for years. And this year we're re-premiering his second to the last, which is 1952. And as we were talking earlier, his voice is really not at its peak anymore, but he still, God bless the man, he never walked through it. You can always tell he's still given 110% to this thing. And they're so fun to hear. So if you tune us in Wednesday night, you'll hear his 1952 Hallmark version. But he was far from the only person. Once it became popular, and the other thing was network radio history. When he was such a smash in 34, this had never happened. I mean, people would be in a series, but CBS signed him to a 5-year contract. You're going to do Christmas Carol for us every Christmas. And then that was renewed, and they went over the course of the 20 years, he went to all major networks. He was at Mutual, he was at NBC, he was at CBS. But what I try to say to people our age or a little younger who didn't hear them then was it was the closest equivalent they had to the Rudolph and Frosty and Charlie Brown specials. It really became a thing where newspaper clippings about it would say, "Oh, you Christmas Eve, you've got to hear the King or Queen's Speech from London by shortwave. You've got to hear Madame Schumann Hank sing "O Holy Night" from somewhere in New York, and you've got to listen to Lionel Barrymore do a Christmas Carol." And he did have his illness issues, so that also not many years in, they started to also say, and you really better listen, because he may not do it next year. Although he kept doing it until he died. He was scheduled, when he died in October or November of 54, he was scheduled to do it again.
Yes.
And they
ran one.
They reran the 53. They reran the 53.
Is my memory correct that early on, like 35 or 36, his wife passed away and Orson Welles
He only
took over?
missed 2 in the 20 years from 34 to 54. In 1936, talk about being obsessed, a wife who by all accounts he was really sort of obsessed with, Irene Fenwick, who had been an actor herself, suddenly died. They say now that the modern diagnosis is she was probably anorexic. She was very thin and not well. And she died, and I don't have my book in front of me, it was like the broadcast was Christmas Eve, and she died that morning, or very close to the broadcast, and he fell apart. He was in a sanitarium for a couple days. I mean, it's not like he was peeling paper off the wall, but he just couldn't function. And his brother Jack went on. And that is I always say this to everybody at home or listening, people have connections, they hear rumors. If you guys hear of any strange Barrymore carols, there are still a few missing. And the Holy Grails are, 1936, Jack Barrymore went on. And Margot Peters, who was the big Barrymore biographer, I was in touch with her, she was a very sweet lady, and she said she had heard it. No, she's a little too young, but she said, I knew people who heard it, and they said Jack intentionally did Lionel. So that a lot of people, if they didn't hear the intro, they thought, oh, it's Lionel doing Christmas Carol again. And I believe that because John had done, I love talking to radio fans, he had done streamlined Shakespeare in 1937 and in, oh goodness, one of the comedies, not Comedy of Errors. What's the one with the dandy who's so proud of his legs and his hose? Oh God. Anyway, Jack. Yes, I think it was yes. And Jack played Lionel.
What did Joy say?
Twelfth Night.
Twelfth Night.
Jack
Thank you.
played Lionel in that. I mean, you could hear. Oh yes, I think I. So I bet he did play his brother as Scrooge.
Wow. What was the other one?
The other one was. Oh, this is a good. I have a friend who's a horror movie writer, Tom Weaver, who's written a lot of studies on horror film, and he has a word he coined called FANDUMB, fandom. When I grew up and was starting to be interested in this, there was such a tradition of, oh, poor Lionel couldn't. That first Mercury one he was going to do in 1938, he couldn't because the poor man was just so sick. No. Yes, he was starting to do less films, and every year thought I might just quit because I'm in a wheelchair and I don't know if I can keep doing this. But the absolute proof that he wasn't too sick to do a radio Christmas Carol was that he did one. He did, in Good News of 1939, the in-house MGM show. What happened was MGM basically said to him, and his contract with MGM was his life's blood. Because for one thing, anybody listening? Louis B. Mayer allowed him to be supplied with cocaine for his terrible pain. So he and Louis were like this. But MGM, he was going to do the 1938 MGM film version, which some of you have probably seen. TCM runs it with Reginald Owen in the lead. And he just, with the hip, he said, I just can't do it. So he did the film, and then MGM said, well, I tell you what, Lionel, we're going to have Reginald and that cast do like a 15-minute Christmas Carol on Good News. How about you narrate it, and please don't rain on our parade by playing Scrooge for somebody else. So that's why he didn't do it. He was totally capable of doing radio. He did one, but he narrates, which is really odd to hear this guy known for Scrooge telling the story of Scrooge. I like the movie. It's an okay telling of the story. It's not wonderful. But so those are the only two he missed from 54. Well, from 34, and then he died just before 54. Was 36 when his wife died. 38 when MGM said, "Please do this little one for us."
So I'll ask you another question in just a second. I need somebody to play timer for me. Let me know when we're close to 5.
Please.
Thank you, Michael. So you've listened to.
That was Walden, but okay.
That was Michael.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay, I apologize. Never mind.
That's okay. Sometimes you just have to hear it and forget the sighted part.
He can't see. I can't hear. It's like we're frickin' frack here.
Yeah. So you've heard all of the audio, I think, thus far that has come in that you know about.
Yeah.
Which one do you think was the best? And there are a lot of reasons, and best for what reason, but just your opinion.
The pat answer is the obvious one, which is the 1939. I've stolen a phrase from Honeymooners fandom, which is the classic 39, which is the great filmed Honeymooners episodes that everybody knows and loves. This is the classic 39 in this field. That show is so amazing. Again, most of you have probably heard it. And again, we all, like you were saying in your previous talk with this gentleman, this quality has improved so in the last few years. And one thing that happened was the Lilly Library, which holds most of the Wells transcripts.
Oh, yeah.
Not all, but most. Got a big bequest and went and digitally cleaned stuff up a lot. Now, some absolute purists say they cleaned it up too much. But it's much better than most of them used to be.
And
so if you want to go to listen to it,
download them online.
You can download them there. Go listen to it at the Lilly, and most of the show sounds like you're hearing it that night.
No, they didn't put the side breaks together, so you got to be careful.
That's true.
If you're going to
there
play
are
it on
pauses.
the air, you better,
that's
you better
true.
Look.
There are pauses between the disc break.
Well, we have the rehearsal.
Yeah, well, no, we have the East Coast and the West Coast. That's actually true.
Because that's where you hear the
well,
wine.
then you got to get me a copy of that.
No, this is the one I think where you hear the wine cork.
I had always heard that was just one of the normal East or West broadcasts. We have to follow up on that.
Right,
no, but but there's another answer for that, because and again, is it the East or the West? They trimmed like 5 minutes out of it because the news fit in that.
Oh,
that's why the one is a little tighter, because they just said we got like whoever with the news at the top of the hour. So that's that. Yes,
Yes.
the war was heating up. Exactly.
So we'll have to play with that. You may be right. We could.
I'm pretty sure they just have
wrong.
East and West, but it's so fun because he's right. When you first hear the other variant version, you think, "What the heck is that sound?"
Yeah.
It sounds for all the world like a champagne cork popping, and it probably
absolutely
was
is.
in the studio there. Somebody thought he was off mic. We'll have this when we're done. They don't sound loaded when they do the show.
No.
It didn't hurt it, but everybody and their brother did it too. And again, because it's public domain, Basil Rathbone did it a couple times.
And then he even recorded it.
He
for
did
78s.
he did 78s. The
Yeah.
first 78s were Ernest Chappell with Mercury player, oh goodness, playing Scrooge. These will all come to me and I'll tell you later.
Okay.
But that was the first version, and that was in 41, I think. And then Coleman did one, and then Rathbone did one. The Ernest Chappell one is terrific. It's not cut as much as the others. It's a very straight, and because you don't have Lionel's amazing. Lionel is just amazing, but he's also Lionel Barrymore. And when you just have an actor, a good actor, oh Jesus, I'll think of it. But anyway, it's really good. I'd highly recommend it. It's not radio, but it might as well be. It's totally done in the style of radio. And Edmund Gwenn did it a couple times, although he's a better Kris Kringle than he is a Scrooge.
Yes.
And Alec Guinness did one in the 50s. It's an odd little adaptation. Yes. Or it might have been Tower.
Harry Allen Towers?
I'm not sure, but it's British. But it is the weirdest adaptation, including the wonderful moment of Scrooge, saying, well, he wakes up and obviously thinks, well, the future hasn't happened yet, so Tim isn't dead yet, and I'm going to save the little kid. This adaptation, I always wonder why, when a book is, I adapted Frankenstein for Quicksilver 2. And that was kind of fun because dear little teenage Mary, wrote this amazingly gripping story, but her writing is really kind of clunky and overdone. So that was fun, red penciling it to tighten up her story. In Dickens, it's all so good that you always wonder why people make dumb changes. And in this Alec Guinness version, and remember, this is the guy who also, I love the actor, but played a very weird Marley in the 60s musical. A really strange Marley. He's like floating around. Well, Scrooge, come with me. It's so weird. He's weird as a Scrooge too. And in the way they deal with the end is in the scene with Scrooge and the scene with Cratchit the morning after. Cratchit mentions something about Tim, and Scrooge goes, "He's not dead, is he?" It's just like, what the heck was that? So, but anyway, again, Ralph Richardson has done it. Gielgud did one. Paul Schofield did one on records. Name somebody, and they probably did it. Everett Sloan from the Mercury did one, which is not bad. The main flaw of all of these is you just cannot do justice to the story in 25 minutes.
Even Lionel Barrymore did them
Oh,
several
yeah.
years in a row.
The
on
late ones were
on the
very
mayor of the town.
Mayor of the town.
Yeah.
4 minutes late.
How much?
4 minutes more. 4 minutes.
2?
Oh, 2.
Oh,
I saw
some
4
of them.
from Randy.
Okay.
I got 4. Do I have 2? Anybody give me 3? Any other last questions?
Any questions, real quick?
Please join us Wednesday. Yes, Alice. I'm sorry, Belle. She was so great. I've been so blessed to have wonderful Bells. And, okay, actor's confession. There are scenes in that show that I can hardly get through as an actor. And the Belle scene is a butcher. It really is. So anyway, go ahead.
I had a question about the differences of different productions in different countries that you've noticed.
I know America more, but what's your question about? What about them?
Just what the history and culture of different countries and how it influences.
I need to, and I say in my book, which I have a couple copies with me.
Which we'll plug in just a second.
I say in my book, if I had written about the international history of Christmas Carol, it'd be another book. Because I even have, if I ever, Bear Manor is an odd company to deal with. I love them to death, and they gave me this opportunity. But if I ever get a chance to do a revise, it'll be 50 pages longer. Because ladies and gentlemen who write books know, the minute you lock a draft, oh, God, I just found this. So, but I'm sorry, Barbara. Oh, I apologize. She just asked, well, how are the other international versions different? And my main answer was, I'm not real familiar with them. There is a South African one out there that's an hour long.
Oh.
I can answer one little bit of that. There was a kind of strange tradition that happened in England. What was the author? There was a playwright named Buckram or Buckham or something, who did a play adaptation that became really popular. So they kind of branched off, and an awful lot of British films and radio versions are almost based more on that play than on the Dickens book. And the other thing in England is there's a tradition of old Scrooge, meaning really like elderly and kind of almost a mummy, which I don't think Dickens meant. I mean, yes, he's probably in his 60s, and that is old then, but the whole implication of the end is this guy has some time to enjoy life. So that kind of British tradition of this doddering old, I'm not sure I buy that so much. It's been done other places. Yes, Keith? Yeah, yeah. I know they did Twain. They might have done Dickens. I know that. Oh, I'm sorry. He asked, didn't they do a version on Bonanza of Dickens speaking to her? They did do Twain. I know that. And was it Sam Spade? Maybe was it the guy that was blacklisted? We talked about before. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It might very well have been. I'm sorry. Oh, we're done? Okay, one real quick thing about Jonathan Harris.
And then we're going to have you plug
And
your
I don't
book.
mean to mention my teacher, Stella Adler, but she was such an influence on me. She was a little Jewish girl from the Lower East Side. Her dad was big in Yiddish theater, but she was pretentious as all get out. And she did become a big stage actor and had a good bit of fame and was with Lee Strasberg and blah, 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 blah. But when I had her, she was very nearly British. And there's a story that a friend of hers was with her online at a movie once. And they're on a long line in New York, which happens. And a person behind her listened to her for 20 minutes in line and just said, "Ma'am, I'm sorry to bother you, but are you British?" And she said, "No, I'm just affected." So Mr. Harris was just affected. So thank you guys more than I can say. I'm sorry.
Plug your book.
Oh, my book is called the line that I insisted that Bill use, "Standing in the Spirit at Your Elbow," because I think that is so much how Dickens meant that story to be told. I'm right here with you, telling you this ghost story. So I use that as the title of my book because what medium does that better than radio? I think we mentioned earlier talking this weekend that Orson said, the camera is your enemy. The microphone is your friend. Yes. And you really can be one-on-one with the listener. So, and I do have 2 copies of my book with me, and there was one in the auction. I hope it's out there somewhere. I did give them one for the auction. So people have been very gracious about it, and if you want to hear any more of this, there's an awful lot and a lot of rare pictures. And last but not least, Wednesday night with these guys, we'll have the 52 Barrymore, and we'll also have something I've never offered, which is a local one. There have been tons of local ones, and this is from Fort Wayne, Indiana in 1981. Don't expect the same level of acting. But the energy and the earnestness is really a lot of fun to just hear. Now our local station staff is going to do Dickens' Christmas Carol. It's a lot of fun.
Excellent.
That's it.
Everybody,
thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, Craig.
Thank you.
And thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Larry.
Merry Christmas.
Hats off to Larry. Both of them.
Thank you. Okay, this is off.
There you go. No, it's,
oh. Oh, I was clipping the mic. No wonder.
Sir? Yeah. Oh, Mike. He did a record version, but if memory serves, it's just a reading. It's not a dramatization. But yeah, there's a record out there. Yeah. Along with Jim Dale and Ralph Richardson, and I don't know how many people read it. And Dan O'Hurley. Oh yeah. It's the whole novel. He was the first guy to do the whole novel. By the first blind recorded company in the 50s that put them out on like a little slow. Might be. The original one, from 1963. I know of it, but I don't think I've heard it. You have a copy of it? Yes. That's not the network one that I know. This is a home when he was very and some interesting things I have to say.
Check, check, check.